upon that, based upon the Merriman case, which we recognize to be the law in Florida that had extended it to criminal proceedings, we agreed. After back and forth about what an agreed order would look like, we submitted an agreed order to this court, which this court then signed.
Okay.
All right? So it is disingenuous for the defense for Mr. Secor to ask a witness about, is this a procedure that you think should not be followed, that would impugn the evaluation? And then when Mr. Satz gets up and asks, is he aware that it's the law in Florida? No, it's not. And then Ms. McNeil gets up and objects. That is disingenuous, Your Honor, based upon the email communications. And if the defense needs to be refreshed, I have the emails. But maybe Mr. Secor did not know what Ms. McNeil had been doing, and that's a fair assumption. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But the records in this case speak for themselves, and what Mr. Satz asked was a fair question. There needs not be a jury instruction at this point. Mr. Satz should be able to ask the question again and have the witness answer.
Okay.
Judge, if I may?
You may. I just want to put my thoughts out there, because I think this is a situation where I can sort of act as a mediator. I think it seems to me that the intention by the defense was to ask those questions so that the witness could not be discredited on cross-examination for not having videotaped the interview and the process. And I think the state's intention was, well, now that this person has testified that it's not appropriate to videotape, and they required our experts to be videotaped, now we get to essentially rebut the testimony that you put on. I think both sides are wanting to bring these up for different reasons. In other words, I don't think that Mr. Secor intentionally asked those trying to box the state in so that you could then ask the state's experts, well, did you videotape, and then argue in closing. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not your intention, correct?
That was not.
Your Honor, that's what redirect examination is for. That's what redirect is for. It's not to impugn the state about what anticipatory cross-examination is going to be. They have every opportunity on redirect examination to bring that out. They don't need to bring it out now and leave a taint and a taste in the jury's mouth as to what the state did, especially when they brought it up, when they filed pleadings saying that they were going to videotape it with their equipment and insisting upon it.
I agree that the impression left with the jury right now is that it is inappropriate for an expert to videotape an assessment. And that's not fair. So we need to figure out a way that, I don't know that both sides are going to be happy with it, but the state is going to be able to get into this. However, I don't want, if you ask him, isn't that the law, he may not know.
He did. He answered he didn't know.
Judge.
Go ahead.
But that's not the law. That's the problem. The problem is Mr. Satz asked the question, did you videotape, and I'm sorry I don't have the exact wording, but I know he asked, did you videotape your interview with Mr. Cruz? And he said no, and he said that's not my procedure. So he asked the question, and that's fine. But the law in Florida does not state that a interview, a mental health examination must be or has to be or is required to be video recorded. It says the case that Ms. McCann cited states that it. Sorry, I just want to find the right word.
Why is Mr. Secor doing this?
Because I was the one who initially filed the response, or wrote the response.
I just was wondering.
So the case says that they are entitled to, and in fact, both parties are entitled to request that an examination be recorded. The state chose not to request it. That's number one. Number two, the state also
You requested it. They chose not to object. And in fairness, I was pushing this case to trial, and there had already been about 5 or 7 interlocutory appeals that were holding the process up.
And I
So-
understand, the state still could have motioned to video recorded the evaluations done
But then
by
we
our
would have had to have an
I'm sorry,
evidentiary.
Judge, I'm sorry, Judge, can we just do it on a time, please?
We would have had to have an evidentiary hearing, and then that would have been something else that could perhaps be appealed, that could perhaps delay this case even further. So if they conceded, fine, we want it videotaped, to move it along, we'll do it.
But the question that Mr. Sachs asked was fine, was, did you videotape it? No, I did not, it's not my procedure. Did you know it was the law in Florida? Or did you know that it has to be recorded? The law doesn't require mental health examinations. They agreed to allow us to do it.
The law says, the case law says that if a party requests it, it's done. And the
No,
burden's
that's-
on the opposing party not to video. So the
Correct.
law is that it needs to be videoed upon request of a party.
I disagree. It says you are entitled to it. It does not say it's required. Just like if a
What
statute
is-
says may or shall, you may record it if you like, and then the opposing party has a burden to say why they don't want it recorded.
A party's entitled, that means you have an absolute right. Look it up.
I
Entitled?
did look up definitions last night.
Well, entitled doesn't mean you can or you can't. It means if you assert your right, that's your right.
I respectfully disagree with that.
Your Honor, and I'd like to point something out. When Ms. Bauschman says that we could have been videotaped in presence, the defense doesn't give the state notice when their experts, who were unlimited, Your Honor, could go, we're going to go and examine the defendant. In this case, the state was limited to only 2 experts to examine the defendant, and that is something we had to litigate. We had to file motions, we had to go to the 4th DCA and file a writ to get that done. They don't give us notice when their experts are going to go and examine the defendant. They were the ones who insisted, and you know what, Judge, it is in black. We don't have to discuss this any further because it is in black, in white, in their pleadings, and if they need to be refreshed and reminded, I have the emails, and I'm sure the defense does too.
Okay.
Judge, the state was on notice. They pulled all of the jail logs. They knew what experts were coming in and out.
This is getting so off topic. The fact of the matter is the state has a right to cross-examine this expert because he has given the impression to myself, and I assume to the jury, that his way is the only way, and any other way is not acceptable and is not pursuant to the professional code of neuropsychology. That's the way he stated it. It would be a copyright violation. It would be a violation of all of these professional responsibilities. And that's not true. And so he is going to have to concede in some way, or the state's allowed to try to get him to concede that his way is not the way in Florida. It can be, but it's not automatically.
And a question of that sort seems fine. The problem was that Mr. Sachs said it has to be done. It does not have to be done. That's the issue. That was the objection you made.
That was not the question.
Okay, wait, one at a time.
I have the question right here.
Just hold on a second. Mr. Sachs, would you please phrase it in the way that the law is, in that, and obviously you don't have to say exactly what I'm asking, but something to the effect of whether or not he's aware that in Florida, upon court order or request of the party or something to that effect, that it is required.
Well,
You're saying it's not upon
I'm
request?
still saying it's not. I've made that argument.
Okay, but the thing is, he's not gonna ask a witness, and then you get an evidentiary hearing, and then the judge has to decide, and then there could or couldn't be an interlocutory appeal. I mean, come on. He's gotta be able to simplify it, and I'm going to leave it.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, go ahead.
I think if he asked the question stating upon court order, that's fine. But I don't think the word required is appropriate.
Judge, maybe the best way to handle this is to start where we left off and overrule the defendant's objection and let Mr. Sachs ask the question the way he asked it about, are you aware it's the law?
But it's not. the law.
Because it is appropriate to overrule this objection.
Again, Judge, if the question says based on upon.
No, we're not doing this. We are not doing this. Ms. Basham is arguing. Please don't interrupt, and you guys need to stand.
I just
Please.
wanted to confer with her for one moment, please.
That's fine. Shh. Did you want to say something else?
I was just gonna propose a question,
Okay.
based upon what I just.
You know what, I'm not gonna tell him what question to ask. Mr. Sachs, I'm just gonna ask that you rephrase your question. Because it's a little bit of a stretch, the way you asked it. Just ask it a different way so that it coincides with the case law and the court order that was written. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. You're an experienced lawyer, I'm not gonna tell you what exactly to ask.
With a little due respect, Your Honor, and I don't know how to ask it any different. I mean, the Mormon case says that it has to be done. It's not that I'm making it up.
But I understand that, but the flip side to that is that while the defense expert has now put it out there that the procedure is not to video and anything else would be inappropriate, by you asking that, it insinuates on the flip side that he, by not videotaping, has violated Florida law. Do you see what I'm saying? By saying, are you aware it's the law in Florida that you have to video, and he says, no, I'm not aware, it makes it look like he was violating Florida law by not videotaping,
Okay.
and that's not the case either.
Okay, how about if I ask, are you aware of the law in the state of Florida that the state the state experts have to videotape?
But again, Judge, it's not the law. If he used the language from the case, then that would be better. Is entitled to. The parties are entitled to. Based upon court order or some other legal situation that may come up. So it may not be his procedure, but there may be some legal reason.
Look, I don't care how, you all are the lawyers, I don't care how you ask it, as long as it doesn't leave an impression with the jury that's unfair. I think what the impression that was left, like I said, and I've said it 3 times, was unfair from the defense, but I agree that it's unfair for the jury to be left with the impression that this gentleman violated Florida law or was ignorant of it.
Your Honor,
Yes.
the question could be, are you aware that pursuant to Florida law, the state was required to videotape?
It's the
And
same
that
question.
is the law because of the emails and the motions, the response that they filed. We were required to do it.
I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Judge, that's the same exact question.
No, it
It is
isn't.
not required by law. It was required by this court order, but it is not required by law.
Okay, I disagree. You may be seated. Now, I'm not asking who it was, but somebody told me that yesterday somebody was sitting on the floor going through files. Please don't do that. If you need to borrow the conference room or something, I have no idea who it was.
That was me, I'm sorry.
Okay, just know that everybody's watching, and I got like all these messages last night. Oh, that was lawyers sitting on the floor. Why did you let them do that? I didn't even see them.
I didn't mean any disrespect. I just-
No, just
But
if you need, we're happy to give you, you probably needed to spread out or something, which is not a problem. I have a huge conference table. You're welcome to use it.
I
If you
apologize.
need more room. No, don't. And I wasn't asking anybody to stand up and say who it was. I literally had no idea. But yeah, please, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, yes,
So
sir.
just so I'm not gonna, get the court upset with me, I'm going to ask this question. According to the law, the state was required to videotape their examinations in this case. Are you aware of that?
I think that's fair.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna ask.
So if you all want to object now, that's fine. I'm going to overrule the objection. Do you want to make the objection for the record? I mean, you've already made it like a couple times.
Sure. I'll make the objection again
Okay.
with all the arguments I previously.
So your objection is noted and it's overruled and it's preserved for the record. And let's bring in the jury. Is your witness on? Do we know? I don't see him.
He is.
Can we put his face on so that we know he's... The jurors are not ready.
You're trying.
May I run to the restroom then real quick?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Judge, may I step out?
Yes, of course.
Judge, I'm gonna take a picture.
I think they might come in and brew a few pots of coffee and, you know.
Yeah.
Dr. Connor, this is Judge Scher. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good morning.
Hello.
Excuse me? Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Everyone else may be seated. We had a couple of lawyers just stepped out for 1 minute, and they'll be right back, and then we'll start.
I'm not gonna start, I'm just gonna.
I think, okay, so we just need Mr. Sets. There's 2 more lawyers we need to wait for, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I just
Oh,
put
okay,
in some.
okay. Oh, we refilled the candy bowls. I saw those bowls up there last night, and I was like, whose bowls are those? And they said, you guys have had them there the whole time. And I said, I always hear this crackling. No, thank you. We have candy, but I always thought it was Miss Blackwood. And I'm like, she never eats candy, so why is she always eating it? But no, I'm glad. I've wanted to offer you all some candy before to get you through the day, but no, we have bowls over here too, so. Thank you. I'm glad you all have made yourselves comfortable.
It's needed.
I agree completely. Even at 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay, Dr. Connor, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sir, I just want to remind you that you're still under oath, and
Yes.
Can you see, I know right now you can only see me. Ian, can you change the vantage point, please? Are you able to see Mr. Cruz?
I am.
Mr. Cruz, are you able to see Dr. Connor? Are you able to hear him? Okay, Dr. Connor, did you wave at me for something?
No, I waved for
Oh,
so that he could see me.
I thought you were trying to tell me something. Okay.
No.
Mr. Satz, you may continue.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Connor.
Morning.
How are you? I think we ended last afternoon, so I want to ask you this question. Are you aware, according to Florida law, the state was required to videotape their experts' evaluations?
I had been made aware that the state was required to have observers. I don't recall exactly whether that also included recording.
Okay. You know the state's evaluations were videotaped, right?
I'm aware of that, yes.
So you didn't know that, according to Florida law, the state was required to have the examinations, evaluations by their experts videotaped, correct?
I knew that I was informed that they would be observed, that they were required to be observed.
Okay, but not videotaped. You didn't know that.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember being told that.
Okay. Okay, of the 3.5 hours, you met with the defendant for 5 hours. I think you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You know, all in one day, right?
Yes.
Yes. And so 3.5 hours, if my math is correct, we're done with testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The 5th and the 6th tests that you administered were the finger tapping and the groove pegboard test for both the left and the right hand, correct?
I believe that's right.
Do you need more time?
No, that's about the correct placement in the order as I look at it.
Okay. So explain to the jury the finger tapping test.
Finger tapping test is essentially you have a device like a clicker that you get when somebody goes through turnstiles and you click to count the number of people, except it's attached to a board and they are required to tap with their pointer finger as quickly as possible, pressing all the way down, letting it come all the way back up for a period of several seconds, and we repeat that task multiple times.
Okay, and how long does that test last, the finger tapping?
In total,
Yes.
probably around 5 or so minutes.
Okay. And you do that with the left hand and the right hand, correct?
Correct.
And the finger that you use, depending if you're left-handed or right-handed, is your trigger finger, correct?
Regardless of the hand that you use, it's the pointer finger that is used.
Right, that's what I asked. Whether you're right-handed or left-handed, it's the trigger finger that you use in the finger tapping, correct?
I'll call it the pointer finger, but yes.
Are you offended by trigger finger? What isn't that what people call that finger?
Held at the pointer finger.
Okay, okay. So, the grooved pegboard test, would you explain that?
It's again a motor coordination task where the individual is asked to take a series of pegs. They're shaped kind of like keys, and insert them into a series of holes on a board that have the groove for the key portion of the peg that are at different angles, and they have to basically rotate in order to insert the peg into the holes.
And how long does that take?
Again, depending on the person, approximately 5 minutes.
So isn't the grooved pegboard test more sensitive than the finger tapping test?
Not necessarily.
That's your opinion?
They measure motor coordination in different ways.
Okay. So would you just say you don't think it's more sensitive, or you don't think it's more sensitive?
I don't think it's necessarily more sensitive.
Okay. But on the grooved pegboard, the defendant had an average score, correct?
That's correct.
So what was his score on the pointer finger or the trigger finger on his left hand?
It was a T-score of 13, which is in the severely impaired range.
Okay. And they were the only test for motor, the motor domain that you gave, correct? The finger tapping and the groove pegboard.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and the finger tapping with the left finger, the trigger or the pointer finger on his left hand, that is one of the subtests that you put on your graph below the 2 standard deviations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the Ray complex figure, you didn't administer that test to the defendant, did you?
That's correct. Dr. Black did.
Okay. And Dr. Black is a certified, board-certified neurologist?
He's a neuropsychologist.
Yep, oh, I'm sorry. Board-certified neuropsychologist?
I do not know about his certification status.
Okay. And do you know when Dr. Black did his testing?
He did his testing on April 29th and 30th of 2021.
And that was before your tests, right?
Yes.
And Dr. Black was hired by the defense, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you, in establishing your graph that you showed to the jury, you used the Ray complex figure test for visual spatial, correct?
Yes.
And that is the only test that you had on your graph for visual spatial domain, correct?
As I'd said in direct, yes, it's one of the kind of iconic tests that we use for visual spatial and is very much a relevant test for FASD evaluation.
Okay. Again, so it's clear, that is the only test that you had in the visual spatial domain, correct?
That's noted on the graph.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you also used the Ray complex figure for memory domain too, right?
There are other portions of that test that assess memory, yes.
Okay. And those two are on your graph too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So use the Ray complex figure for visual spatial and also memory, correct?
Yes, there are different portions of the test, one that is purely visual spatial construction and 2 that are memory related.
Okay. So the other test I'd like to talk to you about is the auditory consonant trigrams test, right?
Okay.
Okay. And would you explain to the jury that test?
As I said on direct, it is a working memory task where you're having to do two things at the same time. Remember some letters and do some math calculations. And you're doing those two tasks at the same time for different lengths of time, sometimes very short, of an intermediate length, and then of a longer duration. And so they do this calculation task for a period of time, and then we ask them those letters again, and they have to repeat those letters back.
Okay, how long did that test take?
That test is usually 10 to 15 minutes, in that range.
Okay, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, you say to, like you did in this case, the defendant, you give him 3 letters?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you tell him? I'm going to give you 3 letters?
And you need to count backwards. When I knock, you tell me those letters.
Okay. So the first test was 9 seconds?
They're interspersed. The first time period is a 9-second. Well, there are 9-second time periods, 18-second time periods, and 36-second time periods. They're interspersed. It's not that we give only the 9s, then the 18s, then the 36s.
Okay, I stand corrected. But that's what you do. He has to remember the 3 consonants, the 3 letters, correct?
Correct.
And so there's 9 seconds, there's 18 seconds, and 36 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he did better on the 18 second than he did on the 9 second, correct?
Slightly.
Okay. And he did better on the 36 seconds than he did on the 18 seconds, correct?
Again, you did slightly better.
Okay. And so on the graph, below 2 standard deviations, you use the 9 seconds and the 8 seconds subtest that were below the 2 standard deviations, correct?
The 9-second and the 18-second were below the 2 standard deviation cut point, and the 36-second was below 1.5 standard deviations.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you showed the jury the graph, it's there. But the 9-second and the 18-second you put them on the graph below 2 standard deviations, correct?
That was where his score placed him.
Right, and that's where you put it on the graph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so on page, I guess it's 32 of your PowerPoint, Dr. Connor, you made a comparison, and maybe I can share this with you so we can put it up on the screen for everybody to see. Aaron, if you don't mind, it's 32, I think it's on the PowerPoint now. Okay, Doctor, can you see that okay?
Yeah, that was not in the PowerPoint that I presented yesterday. Oh, I take that back. I lied. Sorry. It's not slide 32, but okay. I see it.
What slide do you have?
From the PowerPoint from yesterday, it was slide 27.
Okay, all right, then I'm sorry.
It was
It's okay.
32. For the record, it's 32. We've been referencing this page as 32.
That's what I said, so.
I think we have it marked differently, Dr. Connor.
Okay.
But whatever, you recognize this, right?
Yes.
And you talked about it yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So, and you did this comparison, right? This is your graph, you did this, right?
Correct.
So if you look at the WACE verbal under intellectual functioning,
Yes.
okay, the defendant scored a 93, correct?
Correct.
And then on the nonverbal, on the race, Rias, did I pronounce that right? Rias, isn't it Rias?
The nonverbal on the Rias?
Yes, Rias, I'm sorry, yes, was 60, correct?
No, the verbal on the Rias was 60.
Excuse me, the verbal on the Rias was 60, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So he did a 93 on the WACE, and the Rias he did a 60. So.
Correct.
And if you go down one, the nonverbal on the waist was an 82, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the nonverbal on the Rios was a 101, correct?
Correct.
Okay, with an IQ test, you can't fake good, can you?
It's hard to fake good on testing.
How about
It's very hard.
An IQ test? If I want to be an astronaut and I need 140 IQ, how could I fake that?
If you study it, you can, but otherwise, no, it would be very difficult to.
So you think you can fake IQ? Good.
If you study the answers, I guess you can.
Okay. All right. Moving on. You talked about yesterday about the DSM-5 TR, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the DSM-5 TR has not established or accepted any criteria for the NDPAE, correct?
Not correct. There were general criteria that were discussed in DSM-5, which carried over into DSM-5 TR.
Are you talking about the criteria in the back of the book?
No.
What page are you talking about where it's accepted criteria?
On page 99 of the DSM-5 TR, I think it was 86 in the DSM-5, it has general criteria. It doesn't get into specifics.
Okay. So then, stand corrected. The DSM-5 TR has not established or accepted any specific criteria for NDPAE, correct?
As they hadn't had it in DSM-5, they had general criteria in the diagnosis section.
Okay.
In the front section of the book.
Okay, and whether it's the DSM-5 or the DSM-5 TR, the DSM has not established or accepted any specific criteria for NDPAE. Isn't that correct?
It has not established them.
Okay. So, as pointed out, and I think you even mentioned it yesterday, NDPAE is listed in the back of the book under conditions for further study, correct?
Neurobehavioral disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure, unfortunately using the same acronym, is cited in the back of the book under conditions for further study. Yes.
Okay. And on page 903 of the DSM 5TR, it says, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the task force ultimately determined that there was insufficient evidence to warrant inclusion of these proposals as official mental disorders in Section 2, which is the main section, correct?
Correct.
These proposed criteria sets are not intended for clinical use. Only the criteria sets and disorders in Section 2 of DSM-5 TR are officially recognized and can be used for clinical purposes. Isn't that what under conditions for further study indicates?
It does say that on page 903.
Okay. All right. Now, you testified that you didn't give any tests for malingering, correct?
Not correct.
Okay. Tell me what you...
I gave multiple tests that look at performance validity, multiple tests throughout the course of the day, both myself and Dr. Black. One end of the spectrum of performance validity testing outcomes is would be assessing for malingering.
Okay. So your tests were for effort, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you saying that someone could not give good effort and malinger at the same time?
if they're not giving good effort at one, if they're giving such poor effort, that can end up in with the determination that the person is malingering. Yes.
All right, so if you give me, listen, Mr. Satz, I want to give you a test. And I do it rapidly. Give me numbers, count back from 100 by sevens. I could purposely give you false answers and still be giving you good effort, correct?
Accounting back from test is not a performance validity task, but if they're giving poor effort on these performance validity tasks, then that's indicating that they're not working hard, and potentially, at the extreme, they're attempting to malinger their testing that's going on at that time.
Okay. Are you saying then, and I'll ask you the same question, you can't show good effort and purposely give false answers? Is that what you're saying?
Not on that performance validity task, no.
Okay.
If you're not giving good effort, it could be suggestive of malingering.
Well, I'm saying if you are giving good effort and purposely giving wrong answers.
The way that these performance validity tests are established and set up is that they need to give correct answers in order to assess for good effort.
Okay. Isn't it standard practice in a forensic evaluation, psychological or neuropsychological, to give malingering tests?
As I do.
Okay. You gave effort tests, right?
I gave performance validity tests.
Okay. And you're equating them with malingering tests, right?
They can assess for malingering, yes.
Okay.
Again, as I discussed yesterday, there are two types of validity testing. One is performance validity testing, and the other is symptom validity testing.
Okay.
Because I'm doing neuropsychological testing, I'm looking at performance validity testing.
Okay.
I'm not worrying about whether he's endorsing psychotic features or things like that. I'm concerned as to whether he's working hard on the tests. So I give performance validity tests. Those tests do assess for potential malingering.
Okay. So you're saying you can't work hard to give bad answers, correct?
He's got to get the answers correct in order to do well on these performance validity tests.
So you testified yesterday that the state's experts also gave effort tests, correct?
That he also gave a performance validity test.
Right. And didn't he also give a malingering test?
He also gave a symptom validity test.
Is that a malingering test?
Just like the performance validity test is. The symptom validity test can assess for malingering, but it's assessing for malingering of behavior and mental health issues.
Okay, we'll have to fight with that. So let's go to this. I want to run this by you. Were you aware that to be accepted on the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas JROTC marksmanship team, that you have to fire 3 pellets in succession at a target the size of a quarter from 10 meters away? And if you're successful at hitting that target the size of a quarter from 10 meters away 3 times in succession, then they give you a target the size of a nickel. And you have to hit the target with a rifle pellet gun, again, 3 times in succession from 10 meters away. And then if you're successful at that, then they give you a target the size of a dime, and you have to hit the target the size of the dime 3 times in succession from 10 meters away. And 10 meters away is 32.81 feet, correct? That's almost 10 feet for basketball. You a basketball fan?
Not particularly.
Okay, so I'll skip that then. I was going to tell you that the arc for the three-point line is about 23 feet. This is almost another 10 feet, just for perspective and distance as to how far away 10 meters are. So were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. And then you have to learn precision sighting. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. And were you aware that the defendant in this case won a sharpshooter badge?
No.
Do you know what double tapping is?
I've heard of it colloquially.
Okay. So when you talk about visual spatial, doesn't that show good hand-eye coordination? The ability to be able to do that?
No, not necessarily.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. How about visual perception? Doesn't show that either?
The ray complex does include visual perception, but it is perception of a complex information and being able to organize and recreate it.
Yeah, I know. You told us that. I'm talking about what he did with the pellet gun.
Okay.
Doesn't that show visual perception?
That he's able to perceive a target?
Hit it?
I assume that he was asked to perceive the target.
Okay. All right. So when you talk about one standard deviation from the mean, and you told Mr. Secor yesterday, that's 84% of the population would do better, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that means 16%, right, would be the 16th percentile. You know, how many people is that just in the United States?
I am not going to be able to calculate that.
Well, there's approximately 332,278,000 people in the United States of America, right? Would you agree with that? Okay, so that's over 53 million people would fall into that 16th percentile, correct?
For one score.
Well, 16th percentile is over 53 million people, right?
I haven't done the math, so I will, I guess, have to take your word for that.
Okay. Okay, so on page 30, we're talking about the graph, and it was my page 30 in your PowerPoint. It was your graph.
Okay.
Okay, so let's talk about your graph. So
Would you like me to share that for you so that we can all be seeing it at the same time?
We could, but I'm going to ask you things that aren't on the graph. If you want me to put it up, I will. Okay, so in the memory domain, you placed, well, do you want me to put it up? So, because I'm going to ask you questions about it. Aaron, you don't mind putting up the, please, sir? So in the memory domain, you have 11 subtests, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there were, you did not include on your graph 11 other scores for subtests that were average or above average range. Isn't that correct?
I included the scores on this graph that are, and I published on, that are typically used in the assessment of FASD.
Okay.
I cannot put every single score or sub-item from every single test on a graph. It would be incomprehensible.
Okay. But all the 11 I'm going to talk about were average or above average. So the California Verbal Learning Test Trial 2, the defendant scored in the 37th percentile. That's an average score, correct?
And it's incorporated within the CVLT Learn score, which I can't point to. It's the very first dot within the memory scale.
Okay. But the California Verbal Learning Test Trial 2 was not on your graph, was it?
That's correct.
Okay. And the California Verbal Learning Test Trial 3, where the defendant scored an average score, was not on your graph, correct?
That's correct. It was included as a compilation score with the CVLT Learn, that
Right.
first dot.
Okay. And the California Verbal Learning Test Trial 4 was scored, but it's not on your graph, and the defendant scored an average score, correct?
Yes.
And that was not on your graph. And the California Verbal Learning Test Trial 5, the defendant scored in the 25th percentile, and that's an average score, and that was not on your graph either, was it?
It was again included within the CVLT Learn score,
Okay,
but no, it was not included independently.
okay. And each one of these subtests, doctor, tests something else, right? They test something
It tests
different.
this. Each one of the subtests is a repetition of the list of words. So they're getting the list 5 times.
But they're given for a purpose, and they're scored.
And thus, the overarching score for that learning portion is the CVLT Learn, which was in the low average range overall.
Okay. And the California Verbal Learning Trial Test B, where the defendant scored in the 50th percentile, which is an average score, and that wasn't on your graph either, was it?
That's correct.
And the California Verbal Learning Test Short Delay Cued Recall, the defendant scored... sorry?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a bit. I can't quite hear what you're saying.
Okay, I'll be happy to repeat it. The California Verbal Learning Test Short Delay Cued Recall was scored, and the defendant scored in the 63rd percentile, which is an average score, and that was not on your graph, was it?
That's correct, because I used the free recalls in the analysis
Okay.
and have been used for
Okay.
12 years now in the FASD analysis that I use.
Okay. And the California Verbal Learning Test Long Delay Cued Recall was scored.
Yes.
And the defendant scored in the 50 percentile, which is an average score, and that wasn't on your graph either, correct?
That's correct.
And the California Verbal Learning Test Recognition was scored, and the defendant scored in the 84th percentile, which is an average score, and that wasn't on your graph either, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And going to the Wechsler Memory Scale, Logical Memory Recognition, the defendant scored within the normal limits, correct?
Yes.
And that's an average score, and that was not on your graph.
Correct. No recognition scores were on the memory graph.
And
They haven't been.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. All right, the Wechsler Memory Scale Visual Reproduction Recognition, the defendant scored within the normal limits, which is an average score, and that wasn't on your graph either, was it?
Correct.
Okay. And the memory subtest of the Texas Functional Living Scale the defendant scored in the 63rd percentile, which is an average score and wasn't on your graph, correct?
It's incorporated into the Texas Verbal Learning Scale overall score.
Okay. So let's go to that was the memory domain. So let's go to the attention domain, where you had 8 subtests, but you didn't include 5 subtests where the defendant scored in the average range, correct?
Well, he was scoring the average range on all of the subtests that were put on the graph as well. And these are the scores that are, again, typically included in all of my assessments when I'm looking at FASD as the primary scores for attention.
Okay. So you administered, and I'm sure it's not related, Connor's continuous performance test, correct?
That's correct, and no, it's not related.
Right. And on the performance test, the defendant's HIT reaction time block change subtest, the defendant scored in the high average range, correct?
I'd have to look at the form again.
85th percentile.
Okay. If that's
High average range.
what was that one for again? Sorry.
That was the continuous performance test, the HIT or hit reaction time block change.
It's HRT,
Right.
but it was score 40, 60. Yes, that would be about right for the percentile.
85th percentile in the high average range, correct?
Yeah, 84th percentile, but yes.
Okay. That's not on your graph.
No, and it never is on the graphs that I publish. I talk about them in reports when I do write reports,
Okay.
if they are relevant.
Okay. The continuous performance test subtest for detectability, the defendant scored in the average range, and that wasn't on your graph either, correct?
That's correct.
And the continuous performance test subtest of perseverations, the defendant scored in an average range, and that wasn't on your graph either, correct?
That's correct.
And on the continuous performance subtest, HRT reaction, interstimulus interval change, the defendant scored in the 73rd percentile, correct?
Yes,
And that's in the average range, and that was not on your graph either, correct?
that's correct.
And the continuous performance subtest of HRT reaction time variability, the defendant scored in the average range, and that was not on your graph either, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You can use the continue, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Connor, you can also put the Connor's continuous performance, some of their subtests, in the executive function domain, correct?
For the most part, no, I wouldn't. It is a pretty solid attention test.
Right. So my question is that you could have put, or you can tell me you wouldn't do it, the continuous performance subtests into the executive function domain.
I wouldn't.
Okay. But you could see where someone could? Is that what you're saying?
There might be one score where you might be able to, but I still wouldn't, because that one score is, it says it's perseverations, but really it's hyper anticipation, responding too quickly.
Okay, let's go to the executive function domain where you had 32 subtests, correct? You put on the graph.
I put 32 scores on the graph, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you didn't include 11 subtests that fell in the normal range, correct?
I don't know what scores you're talking about.
Okay, let's go over them. So before I get into those, you could have also put the TOVA subtests under attention into executive function, correct?
The TOVA is also a pretty pure attention test. That's its primary goal, is to assess attention.
Okay. So you could have also placed the TOVA subtests where he scored in the high average and average range in executive function domain, couldn't you?
I would not.
Okay. Could you see where someone else could?
Somebody can do whatever they want, I guess, but I certainly would not.
Okay. So let's talk about the subtests. The Tower of London stimulus bound score. The defendant scored within the normal limits, correct?
These are sub-scores, not sub-tests.
sub-scores.
And by the emphasis of sub, meaning they are not the primary scores within a test.
All right, whatever you want to
I
call it.
need to look that up.
All right, go ahead.
All right, please, could you repeat that for me?
Sure. The Tower of London Stimulus Bound Score.
Correct. It was not in the graph.
And average, scored in the average range,
I believe so.
and not on the graph.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you also administered the Iowa gambling test, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the Iowa gambling test is a test for decision-making, correct?
For rapid decision making and impulsive decision making.
Okay. Of planning,
Not particularly.
of impulse control,
Ouch. Yes, in that kind of gambling type heated situation.
on judgment.
For those sorts of decision makings, yes.
Okay. So he performed well on the Iowa gambling test, correct?
He did,
Okay.
and that's in the graph.
Right. Okay. On the Iowa gambling test, net 1, the defendant scored in the 73rd percentile, which is in the average range, and that was not on the graph, correct?
I only cite the total scores for that test.
Okay. And on the Iowa gambling test, net 2, the defendant scored in the 45th percentile, which is in the average range, and that wasn't on your graph either, was it?
That's correct.
And on the Iowa gambling test, net 3, the defendant scored in the 42nd percentile, which is in the average range, and that wasn't on your graph either, correct?
That's correct.
And the Iowa gambling test, net 4, the defendant scored in the average range, correct?
That's correct.
Not on your graph, correct?
That's correct.
And on the Iowa gambling test, net 5, the defendant scored in the average range, and that's not on your graph, correct?
That's correct. It's all encompassed within the total score of the Iowa gambling test, which was
Okay.
within the normal range.
Okay, but if you put all those average scores and above average scores, it would kind of mess up your percentages, right? Did you add it up?
It would change that, yes. But again, as I say, these are the scores that I include in almost every single case that I do.
Right.
I don't include these sub-scores.
Right. I'm sure that's exactly what you do. So you administered the Wisconsin card sorting test, correct?
Correct.
And isn't the Wisconsin card sorting test a test of reasoning and problem solving?
Yes, it is.
And doesn't the Wisconsin card sorting deal with concept formation and mental flexibility?
Yes, it does.
And wouldn't you agree the Wisconsin card sorting test is frequently used in fetal alcohol spectrum disorder to measure planning, problem solving, adaptability, and perseveration?
And I wrote a paper on that.
Okay, so you agree?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't place 5 Wisconsin card sorting subtests that scored all on the average range on your graph, correct?
Again, not every single sub-score gets put onto this graph as a matter of
Right.
the standard protocol.
I think, okay. So on the Wisconsin card sorting total errors, this defendant scored in the average range, and that was not on your graph, correct?
That's correct.
And on the Wisconsin card sorting perseverative errors was in the 68th percentile, which is in the average range, and that was not on your graph, correct?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to say that one again. I apologize.
Good, that's okay. I need practice. The Wisconsin card sorting perseverative errors score the defendant scored the average range and it's not on your graph, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the Wisconsin card sorting categories completed was in the normal range, and the defendant scored the average range, and that was not on your graph, correct?
Correct.
And the Wisconsin card sorting failure to maintain set score was in the normal limits, and that was in the defendant scored in the average range, and that was not on your graph either, correct?
That's correct.
And the Wisconsin card sorting learning to learn, where the defendant scored within normal limits, was the average range was not on your graph either, correct?
That's correct, and it never is.
Okay. Dr. Connor, would you agree that the Wisconsin card sorting test is used primarily to assess perseveration and abstract thinking?
It's to assess abstract thinking. Perseveration is one aspect that could be noted on the test.
Okay, so do you agree? I'll read it again. Tell me what you disagree with. The Wisconsin card sorting is used primarily to assess perseveration and abstract thinking.
It is used primarily to assess abstract thinking and reasoning. It can also assess,
Okay.
not primarily necessarily, but it can also assess perseveration.
All right, so when I use the word primarily, you disagree with that?
That the across the board for all aspects, all parts of the test.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. I disagree with that.
Okay. And the Wisconsin card sorting test is also considered a measure of executive function because of its reported sensitivity to frontal lobe dysfunction. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that.
As such, the Wisconsin card sorting test allows you to assess your client's strategic planning, organized searching, and ability to use environmental feedback to shift cognitive sets, directive behavior toward achieving a goal, and modulate impulsive responding. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
It sounds like it's out of a document. Sounds reasonable.
Okay. Okay. So you agree with it?
Sure.
Okay. In reference to this case, you didn't read, well, you testified on direct that reading reports is very important to your evaluation, correct?
Reading prior evaluations? Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's just important to read prior evaluations?
For the purposes of my involvement in this case, it was to assess for consistency with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
Okay.
In order to do that, I need to review prior records that assess and discuss cognitive functioning. So those records are important for me to review, yes.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant about the 17 murders he committed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on February the 14th, 2018?
I did not.
Mr. Satz, can you just give me 1 second, please? Can you just give me 1 second, please? Actually, let me speak to the lawyers on the white noise.
Sorry, Dr. Connor. Oh, yeah. Did you watch the 3 cell phone videos that the defendant made on February the 8th and February 11th, 2018?
I did not.
Did you watch the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas school surveillance video of the defendant murdering 17 victims on February the 14th, 2018?
I believe I was shown a version of that.
Okay. So you saw how purposeful his actions were?
I watched the video. I was not doing it to interpret.
Did you see how goal-directed?
Again, I was shown the video by defense so that I'd be aware that it occurred. And I wasn't watching it for interpretations of behavior.
All right, so you can't say whether he appeared on the video goal-directed
I have no opinion about that.
and dedicated to his task?
I have no opinion about that.
Have you viewed any of the defendant's social media?
No, I have not.
Have you read any police reports with reference to this case?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true, Dr. Connor, that the best proof of what someone can do is what he actually does and has done?
If you're trying to form a forensic opinion of a person's mental state at the time of an offense, yes. That's not what I'm being asked to do as part of this evaluation in this case.
Your Honor, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Redirect?
Just briefly, please. Good morning, Dr. Connor.
Good morning.
Just a few quick questions. About the sub-test scores that Mr. Satz was asking about regarding them being on your graph or not being on your graph. I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly. The scores that he was saying are not on your graph. I took you to be saying that some of them are represented. Can you just clear that up for me?
Several of the tasks that Mr. Satz was asking about were sub-scores that went into a larger overall score. So the overall score is incorporated into the graph. So for example, on the CVLT, there are 5 learning trials. Repeating the same list over and over again 5 times, that score is converted into the learning score, the overall learning, and that is recorded on the graph. Similarly, on Iowa gambling and other tests like that, I was using the larger overarching scores rather than these smaller sub-scores.
Okay. And when I look at that graph, and I might be off by a couple, but when I look at it, the number of dots on your graph that I see above the average line is about 12. Is that approximately right?
Yeah, 12, and then several that are right on the line.
Okay. And if they are on or above that line, does that make them average scores?
Yes, and when you get above the 1 standard deviation above the mean, they're actually high average scores.
Okay. And so on your graph does represent scores that were above average, right?
Correct.
Okay. And adding the test scores that Mr. Satz said were not represented on the graph, would that change the number of domains that there's impairment in based on your testing?
No.
Regarding the issue of NDPAE, neurodevelopmental disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure, as we talked about yesterday and Mr. Satz reiterated today, that acronym appears in 2 places in the DSM-5-TR, correct?
Yeah, the neurodevelopmental disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure is in the front, and neurobehavioral disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure is in the back.
And when you say the front, what does that mean?
Oh, sorry. The front are the actual diagnoses that are utilized,
Okay.
and the back is are the conditions that were in need of further study.
Okay. And so the neurodevelopmental disorder that you were using, are you using the one from the front of the book?
Yes.
Okay. And that, I think you said yesterday, that's the one that actually has a billing code for insurance companies, right?
A diagnostic code, yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. And one last thing about the graph. Mr. Satz was asking you about where you place a score on a graph. Can you just tell me, how is it determined where a score appears on the graph?
It's purely by the individual score on a test. So when I enter their scores, so let's say the person has a T-score of 40, it gets automatically converted to a Z-score, and that, which would be a -1, and that is automatically placed on the graph for that test score or that test item. So it's just a straight conversion and graphical placement.
Okay. Just a couple other quick issues regarding things that Mr. Satz asked you about yesterday. He was inquiring about your board certification. Is board certification required for neuropsychological testing to be done?
No.
When you have done neuropsychological testing on behalf of the Department of Children and Families in Washington State, do they require board certification?
No.
And when you've been called to testify by the Attorney General's office in Washington, have they required board certification?
No.
And you conducted neuropsychological testing in several states, is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of those has been in past cases in Florida?
Yes.
Has that required board certification?
No.
When you've testified as an expert in neuropsychological testing in various states, has that required board certification?
No.
How would board certification be helpful to you in your practice?
Not much, to be honest. I've had a single case where the attorney wanted to have somebody who was board certified. So I lost one case. If I were working in a hospital setting, they may require me to be board certified. And partially what that would allow would be a higher salary. But I'm not getting a higher salary whether I'm board certified or not in my private practice. So there's no financial benefit for me. There's no benefit from the perspective of cases that I take or not or don't take. So there's really no significant benefit from me other than maybe a few more letters behind my name.
Okay.
And I'm not disparaging board certification. It's a legitimate process, but it is a voluntary process and not required.
Okay, and you've been conducting neuropsychological testing for about how long?
In my training as an undergrad or as a graduate since 1990. Yeah, we were starting it in 1990 when I first started school, graduate school.
Can you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Can you approximate the number of neuropsychological testing assessments that you've done?
In my private practice, I have done approximately a little over 1,000 in private practice. When I was involved in research at the University of Washington, we had studies that were, one study that was of 500 people who we were seeing multiple times, and I usually would see about half of them on a couple of occasions. So about another 500 there. In other studies, I was probably seeing about a half of those studies at the University of Washington, so about 100 or so there. And then in my internship I evaluated, I think I was doing testing probably 3 or 4 days a week when I was in my neuropsychology specialization rotation. And then in graduate school, I did a fair number of assessments, especially when I was working on my dissertation and working in rehab, inpatient rehab for TBI. So I've been doing a lot of assessments over the years.
And when you conduct neuropsychological testing, is a person, whether it be a patient or a criminal defendant, is it normal for them to be brought to you with a suspicion that they have some sort of condition, and then your neuropsychological testing is done to see if you can support or contradict that suspicion?
Typically, yes. There's a referral question that's made. And, with some people who are very, very low functioning, they may not understand what it is that I'm doing the testing for, other than if it's a clinical case, we're seeing if this testing may be helpful for you for getting services or not. But in general, they have at least some concept of, I'm here to evaluate your functioning and because of certain concerns that have been raised.
And so when you are asked to assess somebody who is suspected of having a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, do you always find that your neuropsychological testing is consistent with them having a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
No.
Why not?
Because they're not meeting the criteria that I use. They're not meeting deficits in the multiple domains. They may have subclinical difficulties, but it doesn't reach that level of impairment that would qualify or meet the criteria. And in those cases, we discuss the challenges that they're having in a clinical case. We discuss the challenges that they're having, but I acknowledge that, we can't make a diagnosis here.
And so have you had cases where a person has been presented to you, a criminal defendant, who is suspected fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and you've told them, no, my testing says that that's not correct?
Yes, about 20 to 25% of the time.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. Okay, we're in recess. It's 10:55. We'll start back at 11:10. I assume you have that conversation with your witness?
I did, yeah, but I'm happy to go reiterate it to him.
I usually let the lawyers take care of their witness.
And you're just so that I'm clear from the court, you're talking about specific things as opposed to the fact that he's aware of the fact that
Your biological mother and anyone else is not admissible.
Speak with
Oh,
Dr.
I knew somebody was missing. Oh, okay, okay. She's cracking herself up. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Defense, you may call your next witness when you're ready.
Dr. Ken Jones, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated.
Thank you.
Please speak into the stationary microphone that's located right in front of you.
This one?
And state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Kenneth Lyons Jones is my full name. You spell the last name Jones.
Okay?
Good morning, Dr. Jones.
Good morning.
If you would, just give the jury a little bit of background information. Just start with your education, if you would.
Right. So I went to Williams College in Williamstown, Massachusetts. I graduated from there in 1961, and then I went to medical school at the Hahnemann Medical School in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I was then a resident, or an intern actually, at the Philadelphia General Hospital for a year. Thereafter, I was a resident at the University of Washington in Seattle. I was then in the Army for 2 years, practicing as a pediatrician. Thereafter, I went back to Seattle, the University of Washington, where I was chief resident in pediatrics. And thereafter, I did a fellowship with Dr. David Smith in the Division of Dysmorphology and Teratology in the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Washington.
And what about any publications that you have authored or co-authored in the realm of pediatrics or dysmorphology or teratology?
Well, actually, my first publication was called A Pattern of Malformation in the Offspring of Chronic Alcoholic Women. So that was my first paper. It was published in The Lancet, which is a British medical journal. I've then published had a lot of publications on the fetal alcohol syndrome over the years. But my major interest, basically, after I finished my fellowship with David Smith, was birth defects and looking into mechanisms of normal and abnormal development as far as birth defects were concerned.
And when you're talking about birth defects, is that what's covered by the idea of dysmorphology?
Yeah, dysmorphology basically it means what it says. DYS is abnormalities, morphology is structure. So basically, I have taken care, generally speaking, of children throughout my entire life who have abnormalities of developing structure. So that's what a birth defect is.
And where does the concept of teratology play into that?
Yeah, so teratology is a fancy word, and it means a drug or chemical or environmental agent that can have an effect on the developing fetus when that drug, chemical, or environmental agent is taken by or the mother is in contact with that agent during her pregnancy.
Any positions that you have had teaching any of these subjects?
Yes, I'm a professor in the Department of Pediatrics at the University of California, San Diego now, and have been since 1974. And as part of that, I teach medical students, I teach undergraduate students, I teach residents in pediatrics, and I've had many, I shouldn't say many, I've had a number of postdoctoral fellows myself over the years.
And please tell the jury about the clinics that you have run.
Yeah, so in 1974, when I got to the University of Washington, I started a birth defects and teratology clinic there. And that clinic was focused on a variety of things over the years, a variety of birth defects, some of which are genetic, some of which are due to a teratogen, a drug or chemical or environmental agent that can have an effect on the developing baby. And then about 7 years ago, an associate of mine said, well, Ken, you're getting old. You've got to quit focusing on all kinds of things. You've got to pick one thing that you're going to focus on. And so I decided that I would focus on the fetal alcohol syndrome It was a disorder that I was very familiar with. In fact, when I was with David Smith at the University of Washington, and I was there as his postdoctoral fellow, he and I described the fetal alcohol syndrome in the United States. So I said to my colleague, I think I'm going to focus on the fetal alcohol syndrome for the remainder of my life. And so that's what I've been doing. I've been very focused on it. I had been focused on it before as well, but not developing a specific dedicated clinic for the fetal alcohol syndrome. And that's what I've done now, and that's what I've been doing for the last 7 years. So I have a clinic that meets every Friday. I see nothing but kids who have been prenatally exposed to alcohol. Some of them end up having a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Some of them don't end up having a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder because this disorder clearly does not occur in every baby who was prenatally exposed to alcohol, or every child, or every adult who was prenatally exposed to alcohol. So at this point, that's what I do. I have this clinic, which is completely dedicated to kids. And I see some adults as well, and plenty of adolescents who have been prenatally exposed to alcohol.
And throughout the course of your career, can you just sort of approximate the number of assessments that you've done to determine if you think a person has a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
Well, it's pretty hard to say. I think probably well over 1,000 kids I've seen, and adolescents and adults who have been prenatally exposed to alcohol.
And can you please tell the jury what it was that you were asked to do in this case?
Right. So I was asked to evaluate Nicholas Cruz to see if he had features that were associated with prenatal alcohol exposure.
Okay.
I would like to respond a little bit more, not about that, but about one of your previous questions, if that's all right.
Sure.
So I just want to, in response to the issue of how many kids or adults I've seen with this disorder, I wanted to be clear that I have seen kids here in San Diego and in Seattle, but I've also seen kids all over the United States who have been prenatally exposed to alcohol through NIH grants that I have had since basically at the end of 1998, 1999. And those grants have taken me to Russia to evaluate kids, to Ukraine, to Australia, to South Korea, to Poland, to Italy. So I have seen kids in all of these countries that I've gone to evaluate children through NIH grants that we had.
Now, yesterday and this morning, the jury, everyone here got a great deal of information about fetal alcohol spectrum disorder from Dr. Connor.
Yes.
And so that was from the perspective of psychology, obviously, because he's a neuropsychologist.
Right.
And so I just wanted to ask you if you could briefly, as a medical doctor, which is what you are, is that right?
Yes.
Just give us a real brief overview from the perspective of a medical doctor.
Right. Well, I'll try not to bore you with things that you already know. But basically, the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is not a diagnosis. It's an umbrella term. And under that umbrella are a variety of diagnoses. And they include fetal alcohol syndrome, which is the disorder that we first described in the United States here in 1973. Partial fetal alcohol syndrome is a second diagnosis that is under that umbrella. Alcohol-related birth defects. So alcohol does also cause some birth defects. And alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder is also under that umbrella. Now, as I said, the fetal alcohol syndrome was first described in 1973 in Seattle, at least in the United States. It was first described in 1973. And the disorder included children who were born to women who drank during the pregnancy, who had some very specific abnormalities. They had growth deficiency with respect to height and weight. They had a small head, which was a reflection of a small brain. They had some very subtle but very typical facial features, and those facial features included short palpebral fissures. The palpebral fissure is the window that the eye looks out of. So it's the measurement from the inner corner of the eye to the outer corner of the eye. And that's short in kids with the fetal alcohol syndrome. And then they had a smooth philtrum. The philtrum is the area of the face from the base of the nasal septum, which is this structure, down to the red part of our upper lip. And in you and I, we have these vertical ridges here on our philtrum, and you can feel them if you want to, or you look at your neighbor there. We've got these vertical ridges there. Kids with the fetal alcohol syndrome do not have those vertical ridges. The philtrum is smooth. And then the vermilion border, that's the red part of the upper lip. The vermilion border is smooth. That is to say, if you look at my face, I've got this Cupid's bow configuration in the middle of my lips. Kids with the fetal alcohol syndrome don't have that. It's just straight across there, and the red part of the upper lip is thinner than normal. And then they have neurobehavioral abnormalities as well. So that was in 1973. And then in 1996.
Let me just interrupt you for a second regarding.
I said 1993, did I? I meant 1973. Yeah, I said.
It's all right. No, I wanted to ask you a question regarding fetal alcohol syndrome.
Yes.
You said that's one of the diagnoses. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And you talked about the facial features. In order to be diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, do you have to have all of those?
No. You have to have 2 out of the 3 features of those features. So of those 3 features, you needed 2 out of the 3 to have fetal alcohol syndrome, as well as partial fetal alcohol syndrome, which is another diagnosis underneath that umbrella.
And this was in 1973. I think you said that this was identified.
Yes.
And at that time, was the belief that only people with some facial features could have a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And tell a jury, if you would, whether or not that opinion changed over time and how.
Yes, it definitely changed over time. And there's been an evolution of this disorder. And actually, it was fetal alcohol syndrome that was there in 1973, but not partial fetal alcohol syndrome. We've just become aware of that subsequently. An alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder was not known at that time. In 1996, however, the Institute of Medicine of the National Academy of Science, which is, as you can imagine, a very authoritative body, decided that they wanted to get involved in this whole issue because it was seemingly as common as it was. So they established a committee, and they charged the committee with reading all the medical publications that were available on the fetal alcohol syndrome between 1973 and 1996, and then coming up with some conclusions as to what the prenatal alcohol exposure actually did. And so after doing this, they concluded that prenatal exposure to alcohol causes a spectrum of defects. And at one end of the spectrum was what I just described to you as the fetal alcohol syndrome. And then at the other end of the spectrum was this disorder called ARND, or alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder. And that diagnosis was used to describe children who were exposed to alcohol, but did not have the growth deficiency, did not have the small head, did not have those facial features, but did have the neurobehavioral abnormalities that was seen in FAS. And so then, that was 1996, and then in 2013, some neurobehavioral psychologists got together because they wanted to be a part of this fetal alcohol spectrum disorder idea, because they were obviously a part of the diagnosis of this disorder. And so they established something that they called NDPAE. And NDPAE stood for neurodevelopmental disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure. And it also was used to describe neurobehavioral disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure. So that's sort of the evolution of this. And I would also like to point out that alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder and NDPAE are exactly, well, I shouldn't say exactly, but they are the same disorders. And the difference between, they're the same by virtue of the fact that they are both describing children who were prenatally exposed to alcohol, or adults, not just children, children or adults who were exposed prenatally to alcohol, but who did not have the physical features of the fetal alcohol syndrome. So they're both the same from that standpoint. And so I think it's synonymous. I think ARND is sort of what we as pediatricians, we as physicians think of when we think of this disorder that includes prenatal alcohol exposure and neurodevelopmental abnormalities or neurobehavioral abnormalities, whereas for a neurobehavioral psychologist, they use the term NDPAE.
And when you were talking about the spectrum, where you have the fetal alcohol syndrome is at one end of the spectrum, and that is an FASD with the facial features, or some of the facial features, right?
Yeah, yes.
And then you said at the other end of the spectrum is alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorders. Am I right about that?
You're right.
Now, how does the cognitive impairment, or the neurocognitive impairment across that spectrum, is neurocognitive impairment always worse for people with fetal alcohol syndrome as opposed to a person with alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder?
Yeah, so no. So basically you sort of would have the idea that the spectrum was identified, and that at one end of the spectrum where you had all the features, the child would be more severely affected from a neurobehavioral standpoint than the child who just has the alcohol exposure and the neurodevelopmental abnormalities, but that's completely wrong. It's far from the truth. The fact of the matter is that children and adults who have been prenatally exposed to alcohol and do not have the physical features, therefore they fit into this category of ARND or NDPAE, they frequently, as they get to be adolescents and as they get to be adults, they frequently are more affected from a behavioral standpoint, more affected from a learning standpoint than the individual who has all of the facial features and all of the growth abnormalities. And the reason for that, at least, well, we really don't know. We really don't know exactly the answer to why that is, but it makes sense that the reason is that children who have just the neurobehavior problems, those children are not identified in the early years of their lives. They're not identified because they don't have the physical features. And by virtue of that, they don't get into programs to support children with this disorder. They don't get into intervention programs that are specific for this disorder. And by virtue of that, they don't do as well from a learning standpoint, and they don't do as well from a behavior standpoint, as does the kids who have the full-blown fetal alcohol syndrome. It sort of seems the opposite as what it should be, but it's not the case.
Will you tell us about the diagnostic criteria that you as a physician use when you are assessing somebody for a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder? Right.
So do you want me to just talk here about ARND, or do you want me to talk about the whole spectrum?
No, I mean, whichever diagnosis is relevant to you in this case.
Okay, well, the relevant diagnosis in this case is alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, because Nicholas Cruz clearly does not have the fetal alcohol syndrome, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But the criteria for making a diagnosis of ARND is, number one, to be prenatally exposed to alcohol, number two, to be greater than 3 years of age, because kids that are less than 3 years of age cannot do the neurobehavioral testing that's necessary to make a diagnosis of of alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder. So number one, they have to be prenatally exposed to alcohol. Number two, they have to be greater than 3 years of age. Now, then the diagnosis can be based upon two things. It can be either a neurocognitive criteria, or it can be behavioral without neurocognitive problems. So you can get the cognitive aspect of this in two ways. In one way, you get it from a full-scale IQ score of equal to or less than 1.5 standard deviations below the mean. Or, if that's not the case, you can get it through cognitive impairment in 2 or greater neurobehavioral domains that are equal to or less than 1.5 standard deviations below the mean. And those neurobehavioral domains that I'm talking about are problems with executive function, motor problems, memory problems, and problems with visuospatial impairment. So in the case of Nicholas Cruz, to be specific, he does not have a full-scale IQ of less than 1.5 standard deviations below the mean. His IQ is 83. But he does have 2 or more of these cognitive impairments in the neurodevelopmental domains. He has problems with executive functioning, he has problems with memory, and he has problems with visuospatial processing speed. So he does fulfill the criteria, the cognitive criteria, without any question for alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder. Now, as I said, you can get this diagnosis in one other way, and that is if you have behavior problems and lack the neurocognitive problems. And it's a little hard to talk about this because we don't have enough in the way of behavioral testing to do that has been done on Nicholas Cruz to be able to say whether he fulfills not only the cognitive features but also the behavioral features. Basically, those behavioral features are problems with self-regulation. So they're problems with mood and they're problems with behavior. So what we see as far as that's concerned is children who have very negative affect. They're children or adults with marked irritability. There are children or adults who have serious temper tantrums and have significant behavior problems where they sort of lose it. And clearly, Nicholas Cruz does have those problems. I can't tell you exactly if it is 1.5 standard deviations below the mean, but he definitely has those problems, and Dr. Connor did tests that demonstrate that. The second part of the behavior aspect of this diagnosis of ARND is to have attention disorders. And Dr. Connor, I'm sure, has told you that on the testing that he did, Mr. Cruz did not have significant 1.5 standard deviation below the mean problems with attention. And the other, so I can't tell you, in fact, whether he really has the behavior aspect of this ARND, but he definitely has the cognitive aspects of this.
And just to be clear, to meet the prong of the diagnostic criteria for the neurocognitive impairments, what do you rely on to meet that criteria?
You mean in the standpoint of alcohol exposure?
No. The neurocognitive impairments, the domains of impairment, who do you rely on?
I rely on the testing that was done by Dr. Connor.
Okay, and I just want to be clear that that's what meets that part of the diagnostic criteria.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, you mentioned very early on that the first prong is documented prenatal alcohol exposure, right?
Correct.
Is there a standard that is published regarding what it means to have sufficient documented prenatal alcohol exposure?
There is. So basically, and this is criteria that comes from that IOM report. So it's coming from a group of people who've spent a huge amount of time thinking about this and dealing with this. The amount of alcohol, let me just say a couple things here. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of OBGYN, and every other authoritative body that there is in the world says that you should not drink a sip of alcohol during your pregnancy. None. However, the IOM report showed or came up with the criteria that risky drinking for a woman during her pregnancy would be 6 drinks per week for greater than 2 weeks during the pregnancy. That's not much alcohol. 6 drinks a week for equal to or greater than 2 weeks during the pregnancy. Or, and this is to get at the issue of binge drinking, 3 drinks on an occasion on equal to or greater than 2 occasions during pregnancy. So not a lot of alcohol is felt to be a significant problem for the developing baby.
Okay, and so those 2 that you just detailed, are those the criteria? Is that the entirety of the criteria for prenatal alcohol exposure?
Is it the entire? Certainly we know that the most severe pattern of alcohol consumption that a woman can have during her pregnancy, as far as her baby is concerned, is binge drinking. And we also know that other drugs can affect the developing fetus, such as cocaine, such as methamphetamine. But it's important to realize that alcohol has the greatest impact of any illicit drug as far as the developing baby is concerned. And you can take all of the illicit drugs that you can think of, heroin, marijuana, methamphetamine, cocaine, you can wrap them up in a single bag, and they don't hold a candle to alcohol in terms of its effect on the developing baby.
Now, as part of your work on this case, have you reviewed records relevant to Nick and his family members?
I have.
Okay. And from your perspective as a physician, are you satisfied with the requirement of confirmed prenatal alcohol exposure?
I definitely am. In fact, I've, as you can imagine, spent a good amount of time going over the records, and I have never, ever in my life seen an individual who has been affected by prenatal exposure to alcohol, in which there is documentation, and I think pretty darn good documentation of alcohol exposure. I don't think I have ever seen, I know I have never seen so much alcohol consumed by a pregnant woman.
I'd like to shift gears just briefly and ask you, did you review the birth records pertaining to Nick in this case?
I did.
And can you just tell us things about those birth records or things that you saw in those birth records that you think are either relevant to your opinion or potentially significant?
I can. So, first of all, Nick's mother had really very poor prenatal care, and we know prenatal care is absolutely critical for a child, and she had very poor prenatal care. He was, in fact, I could only find 4 evidences of prenatal care. The first one was at 8 weeks of her pregnancy. The second one was at 24 weeks of her pregnancy. So we're talking then, we're talking about a period of time that goes from about half of the first trimester of pregnancy throughout the entire second trimester of pregnancy. She had no prenatal care. And the amazing thing to see was that at the second prenatal visit, which was at 28 weeks, her weight, the mother's weight, had decreased over that period of time. So as opposed to gaining weight during the entire second trimester of her pregnancy, she actually lost weight. And the size of the fetus, based on what they call a fundal height, had not grown through that period of time as well. So the whole issue of prenatal care, I think, is critical, and the fact that she actually lost weight, I think, is critical as well, based on his health in utero. So her nutritional status was horrible, and I suspect that it was, and this is obviously speculation on my part, but I think it's quite likely related to the alcohol exposure that she had during that part of her pregnancy. Then other things that I think are relevant, he had meconium-stained amniotic fluid. And meconium staining in the meconium is the fetus's bowel movement. So there was meconium staining of the amniotic fluid. And that often occurs, not always, but it often occurs when a child is in distress, or a fetus is in distress. And we can't tell whether it was due to that, nor can we tell whether it had any lasting effect on him. But that is without question something that occurred during the pregnancy. At the time of his birth, which was by cesarean section, and it was a repeat cesarean section, his birth weight was 6 pounds 4 ounces, which is in the 14th percentile, so that's normal. His weight was, his height was 19 inches, which is it's in the 25th percentile, so that's normal, as well as his head circumference, which was 13.5 inches, which is also in the 25th percentile. So his height and weight were completely normal at the time of birth. However, he needed to be resuscitated at the time of birth, and the resuscitation was based on the fact that he was blue. So I don't know how many of you are aware of an APGAR score, but an APGAR score is a score that's given at the time the baby is born, generally speaking by a nurse in the delivery room, which gives the physician in the delivery room an idea about how the baby is doing at that moment. So the top APGAR score that you can get is 10, and the APGAR score is based on 5 different issues. One is respiratory rate, one's cardiac rate, one is tone, one is color, and one is reflexes. So you get a score of 2 for each one of those, and so the total is 10, and that's 10 if you're perfect. But his was 8 at 1 minute, and then it was 8 at 1 minute, and it was 9 at 5 minutes. So the problem was that he was blue at 1 minute, so his respirations were not good, and by virtue of that, he was resuscitated. And then at 5 minutes, it was 9, so it was better. So we don't know, again, what impact that had on him as he grew up. We have no idea about that and no way of really telling. It is said that I told you that he had meconium staining of his amniotic fluid, and with the meconium was tested for cocaine after he was born. As far as I can tell, it was not tested for alcohol. And the measurement of the cocaine in his meconium was, from everything I can gather, 0, which suggests that he was not exposed prenatally to cocaine. But it's hard to believe that, because you may be aware at a time in June, his mother Brenda and her friend Carolyn Deakins were arrested for possession of cocaine. And you might say, well, they weren't using cocaine, they were just arrested for having cocaine, but I think probably they used some cocaine, and so I can't understand why the meconium did not show cocaine. That was definitely in the second trimester of pregnancy.
Let me ask you a quick question about that. What, in terms of testing the meconium, is it, to be the most reliable, is it important in terms of the way that meconium is handled?
Yes. And I think that's probably what the problem was. Meconium.
I'm going to object
Sustained.
to speculation and reading.
Your witness is starting off by saying, well, I don't know for sure. But
He's even saying I'm speculating.
yeah, Mr. Sigwart, you need to ask another question.
Okay. We heard from Dr. Connor, he pointed out and showed the jury that from Brenda's birth records,
Yes.
that somebody in the hospital notated alcohol abuse.
Objection, Your Honor, as to him saying what another witness has said. You can ask him if he examined some records.
Did you see anything relevant in the birth records regarding Brenda's alcohol use?
I did. The nurse who discharged Brenda from the hospital after she gave birth to Nicholas has checked a box in the record for psychosocial problems. She checked the box, and beside the box, she said, patient admits to alcohol abuse. I looked up what is meant by alcohol abuse. At its, in the dictionary, it says alcohol abuse is...
Sustained.
Let me just ask you this, Doc.
What?
From the perspective of a physician,
Yes,
is the word abuse significant to you?
very.
Okay. Now, if you would talk, I'd like to transition to specific findings that you made of Nick, okay?
Yes.
But start off with the things that you discovered based on his records, and then we'll get to when you actually visited him at the jail. But can you tell me things that you found in the records that you thought were relevant to your opinion?
I don't know how to answer your question.
In terms of growth, things that you found.
Gotcha. So when it really has to be that I talk about his growth first of all. When I saw Nick when he was 22 years old and 10 months, and I saw him here to examine him. When I examined him, his height was 5 feet 5 inches tall, which is the 5th percentile. His weight was 129 pounds, and I want you to know that I did not weigh him. I measured him, but I did not weigh him because there was no scale to weigh him in the jail. And so I asked him, and he said he weighed 129 pounds. And so that's the 10th percentile. And then his head circumference was 54.5 centimeters, which is the 37th percentile. So basically, his height was down, but his head circumference was completely normal. And I think we can't say anything about his weight. But I think it's important to realize that I have looked at the records of Dr. Marcus, who was his pediatrician. And I was able to find height, weight, head circumference measurements in that chart on well baby visits from Dr. Marcus's office. And as far as head circumference, for example, there were 7 measurements between 2 months and 18 months of life, of head circumference. All of them, all 7 of them, were equal to or less than the 10th percentile. As far as height...
Let me just ask you, what's the significance of them being at or beneath the 10th percentile?
That is head circumference, length, and weight equal to or below the 10th percentile is the measurement that is significant for diagnosing fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I understood you correctly.
Yes. As far as height was concerned, there were 10 measurements between 9 months and 13 years of age. There were 10 measurements. They were all 10 of those measurements, again, were less than the 10th percentile. And for weight, there were 15 measurements. And for those 15 measurements, again, all those measurements were equal to or less than the 10th percentile. So he had, the point being that he had a number of times during his life in which his head circumference, his length, and his weight were less than the 10th percentile, which is significant as far as a diagnosis of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or significant as far as a diagnosis of one of the fetal alcohol spectrum disorders.
And I think you mentioned this, but when you examined Nick yourself, you did measure his head, correct?
I did.
And that measurement was what?
That measurement was 54.5 centimeters, which is normal.
Okay.
It's the 37th percentile.
Okay, and so tell us, if you would, about if his head, when you measure him at 22, is within the normal range, but it was not at various points when he was being measured by Dr. Marcus as a child.
Great.
As a physician, what does that tell you?
It tells me that despite the fact that his head circumference was normal at the time I examined him at 22 years of age, that he clearly had times during his life, many times during his life, when his head circumference as well as his height and weight were clearly at an abnormal size. They were abnormal in terms of their measurements. And that's of concern, particularly concern as it relates to brain development.
Now, did you examine Nick for the cardinal facial features of fetal alcohol syndrome?
I did.
And can you tell the jury what you found with that examination?
Right. So if you remember, fetal alcohol syndrome includes these growth problems, as well as the small head, and then these 2 out of the 3 facial features. So I measured his palpebral fissures, and you measure it by measuring from the inner to the outer corner of the eye. And the measurement that I got was 3.1 centimeters, and that for palpebral fissure at that age is in the 92nd percentile. So if anything, his palpebral fissures were large. He definitely did not have that feature of the fetal alcohol syndrome. I measured his philtrum, and the length of his philtrum was 1.3 centimeters. Again, the philtrum is from the base of the nasal septum to the red part of the upper lip. I measured that. It was 1.3 centimeters, and that is a completely normal length of the philtrum. I looked at the philtrum for these ridges to see whether he had the ridges there that are normal or whether his philtrum was smooth, which would be typical of the fetal alcohol syndrome, and he had completely normal ridges on his philtrum. So that did not fit as far as fetal alcohol syndrome. And then I looked at the vermilion border of his upper lip to look for that Cupid's bow configuration, and that was decreased. So he did, in fact, have a rather smooth upper lip with a lacking of that nice Cupid's bow configuration. So he had 1 out of the 3 facial features for fetal alcohol syndrome. So that's not enough to say that he has fetal alcohol syndrome. And it's not enough to say that he has partial fetal alcohol syndrome, because for both of those diagnoses, you need 2 out of the 3 facial features. That's a must, and he did not have that.
Now, those are the 3 cardinal features as you described.
Yeah.
But did he have any other facial features that are not cardinal signs of FAS or PFAS, but that you in your experience have seen?
No. He did, however, have hypoplasia of his maxilla. I say no. Yes, he did. He had a hypoplastic maxilla. Now, the maxilla is this area of the cheeks. And one of the characteristics, not the diagnostic characteristics, but one of the things that we see in individuals with the fetal alcohol syndrome is underdevelopment of this area of the face. So it's called hypoplastic, or underdevelopment of the maxilla, which is this bone here, these cheekbones, and that was clearly underdeveloped in Nick.
Okay. And so based on your physical examination, which potential diagnoses under the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder umbrella were you able to eliminate?
I was able to eliminate both fetal alcohol syndrome and eliminate partial fetal alcohol syndrome, and also eliminate alcohol-related birth defects, because the birth defects that are associated with prenatal alcohol exposure are primarily heart defects. There are problems with cleft lip and cleft palate. I think probably all of you are aware of cleft lip. It's when the lip does not close early on in development, and you're left with this separation between here in your upper lip. And cleft palate is when the palatal shelves and the roof of the mouth, the palate doesn't come together, and therefore there's a cleft of the palate, or an area that's missing there in the palate. And those are the 2 major malformations that we see in kids who have been prenatally exposed to alcohol. So we could say they would be there at 22 years of age, and obviously they were not there. And so we could say that he did not have the fetal alcohol syndrome, he did not have partial fetal alcohol syndrome, and he did not have alcohol-related birth defects. So when we left the Broward County Jail after seeing Nick, all we could say was that he did not have FAS, he did not have partial FAS, and he did not have alcohol-related birth defects.
Which leaves you with what under the umbrella still?
It still leaves alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, but I am not a specialist I am not a neurodevelopmental psychologist, and I do not feel myself qualified to make a diagnosis of alcohol-related neurodevelopmental defect on my own. In other words, and this is true for any diagnosis on the spectrum of the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, the diagnosis is not made by one person. It's made by at least 2 people, one of whom is somebody like me, who's a pediatrician who has expertise in this disorder. The other is a neuropsychologist, and that's where Dr. Connor came in.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn to your experience in your clinical practice, and if you could describe to us the presentation that you see in your clinics with kids who are prenatally exposed to alcohol.
Okay. So, as I've told you, I have a clinic that meets every Friday in which I see nothing but kids who have been prenatally exposed to alcohol. So I'll sort of give you an idea of a typical child that I see in my clinic who has a diagnosis of alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder. And I want to make a point here that for a diagnosis of alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, there's a spectrum of defects. So some kids that I see with a diagnosis of ARND are clearly affected to a significant extent, but there are other kids who are severely affected. And so what I'm going to talk about here is a child who is really severely affected. So basically, the child would be brought in, as most kids are brought in by their adoptive family or the foster family, but it's generally speaking the adoptive family. I see very few biologic mothers in my clinic who come in.
I'm going to object to relevance. I mean, the gentleman will talk forever. I mean, does that answer a question?
Let me speak.
Say again, I'm sorry, Shannon.
Just give me 1 second,
Oh, sure.
sir, okay?
Yeah, sure.
We use these headphones, normally in a court case, you've probably seen the lawyers come up to the side and they put the white noise on and they chit chat, talk about the legal issues. Well, we started in this trial using these headphones so that we don't have to do that. Most of the time it makes it easier, although everybody's going, why are they on the headphones? But that's what we were doing.
Thank
We were
you.
having a sidebar without having to get out of our seats.
Thank you,
Just so you know.
thank you.
I've explained it to the jury before, but if you didn't know, now you do.
I do, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Doc, this is my fault. I'm just gonna ask you to try as best as you can to be brief with your responses.
Right.
It's not meant as a criticism.
Right.
It's just the way this goes in court. I have to ask a question. You have to give an answer.
Gotcha.
I mean, no disrespect by saying that.
That's fine, I don't feel that.
Okay. Just to clarify one thing that you mentioned earlier about the recommendation that a woman drink 0 alcohol while pregnant.
Yes,
Is that to mean that every woman who drinks when she is pregnant is going to have a child who is damaged by alcohol?
absolutely not.
I
No,
just
for
wanna make
sure
sure.
not. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely not.
And in terms of in your experience,
Yes.
decades of experience with children prenatally exposed to alcohol, without a narrative of the specific child, can you just give us an idea of the types of things that you see in kids prenatally exposed to alcohol?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Right.
It's not your fault.
So, yeah, I think that kids who have been prenatally exposed to alcohol, neurodevelopmental abnormalities, have problems with friends. They often don't have friends, and those friends that they have are frequently children that are younger than they are. They have hyperactivity. They have incredible attention disorders. They do all kinds of unsafe things. They can't sit and watch a TV show. They are constantly moving. And in many cases, unfortunately, these kids do things that are really unsafe. And we hear it all the time. They run out into the middle of the street and into the middle, get into problems with traffic. They become aggressive. Aggressiveness is just an incredible thing that happens to these kids. The aggression, unfortunately, for the mom is oftentimes directed at her and the siblings, but it even then spills over into school, and they are aggressive to the teacher even, and to other kids, and they fight with other kids on the playground, and they completely disrupt the whole school setting, and they. One of the things they do so typically is that as opposed to raising their hand and saying, can I ask a question, teacher, they just blurt it out, and they have no patience whatsoever. Memory is a huge problem for these kids, and parents will frequently just become overwhelmingly frustrated at the fact that they spend an hour at night with the child trying to teach the child their ABCs. This is as a 5-year-old, their ABCs, and they know them well when they go to sleep. And then the next morning they know absolutely nothing about their ABCs. So memory is just a huge problem. Temper tantrums are just horrible. And the temper tantrum frequently the child goes from 0 to 100 in about 30 seconds. So that your child is having a conversation with you, and suddenly something triggers things, and the child just goes into a wild state and kicks and bites and screams and yells, and the parent has to hold the child in their arms, tightly in their arms, and then suddenly that temper tantrum will stop. And it's almost as though what happened.
Doctor, let me interrupt you for a second.
Yes.
From the perspective of a physician, is there a role played by the concept of stigma with this disorder?
Oh, there's a horrible problem as far as stigma. In fact, I don't think that we are ever going to be able to prevent this disorder if we don't deal with stigma. And I've actually written a lot about this because I'm so concerned about it as far as this disorder is concerned. But the public stigmatizes these kids, the kid horribly, but stigmatizes actually the mother. The biologic mother is stigmatized by the public as much as anything that the public stigmatizes, and more than anything that I am aware of that the public stigmatizes. So stigma is horrible from the public, but it's horrible from the medical profession. And quite frankly, I'm a pediatrician, and we stigmatize the child themselves with this disorder.
Mr. Secor, guide your witness, please.
Okay. It's my fault, Dr. Warren.
What's that?
Let me just ask you this. When it comes to that stigma,
Yes.
what is the effect of finally having a diagnosis have on that issue?
Well, it has a great effect for the parents. And a diagnosis, you might think that to tell a family that their child has the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder might be horrible for a family. But to the contrary, it's frequently a very positive thing for the family.
Let me speak to the lawyers, please.
Sorry about that, Doc.
Sir, if you need water, there's water right there on the.
Oh, great,
It's fresh,
thank you so much.
cold water.
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
And I'm going to say this again, I don't mean to be rude to you at all, I mean no disrespect. I'm just going to ask you, try to be as concise as you can.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't do this a lot, man. It's no problem. It's my fault. But I just remind you to try to do that as best you can, okay?
Yes,
And if I put my hand up,
I'll stop.
and it's not trying to be rude, I just,
I understand.
okay. We were talking about the concept of stigma, and I
Yes.
think I kind of confused that issue, okay?
Yeah.
So, before a child is identified as having a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder,
Yes.
in your experience, do you see that they are somehow stigmatized based on their behavior?
Yeah, I think that they're very stigmatized. I think the child is stigmatized. I think the mother is stigmatized. I think the child is stigmatized by his friends. I think he's stigmatized by society. I think he's stigmatized by the education system, and I think he's stigmatized frequently by his adoptive mother.
Okay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And just very briefly, in terms of how that applies to the parent, how is that stigma applicable to the parent in terms of what you see in your practice?
Right. The parent is also stigmatized horribly. And the result of that is that the parent does not, if it's the adoptive parent does not take the child to the doctor, because the last thing in the world that the adoptive mother wants to do is have.
Objection, Your Honor, he's talking
Oh,
about.
Let me speak to the lawyers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to recess until 2 o'clock. Please be on time. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads behind. We will start promptly back with this witness at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. And sir, you can just remain seated for just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, the jurors have been excused. Everyone else may be seated. Dr. Jones, we're going to be in recess until 2 o'clock. We take a long lunch break because we have 22 jurors, and getting them all out, all the way out and all the way back in takes some time. So you are free to be in recess. I don't know if you're going, have you all made plans? Does he know do you know where you're supposed to go for an hour and a half?
No.
Okay, well, what I would suggest is you can just go have a seat outside the courtroom, and one of the attorneys will be with you. The only rule is you can't discuss your testimony while we're on recess, okay?
Okay.
But eating lunch, whatever else that you want to do is fine, okay? Thank you, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. You can go now, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
That one?
That way.
Okay.
You're welcome. This way, sir.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry because I interrupted, because the juror interrupted and I was trying to urgently get her out of here to use the restroom. I don't remember where we were.
I'm sorry, I was kind of.
You said there was 2 points you were trying to make. This, I remember, you said it's not clear exactly what Mrs. Cruz knew because there's conflicts, and so you would like to ask this witness about the stigma of a parent not disclosing to their pediatrician the fact that a child was born I'm used to calling it substance exposed because it falls within, if that's okay with you, that's the term I'm familiar with. Substance exposed, and therefore the kids misbehave and nobody knows what the problem is because they don't get diagnosed.
I think that people who are familiar with this case sense a great deal of frustration about Mrs. Cruz. You know, like, why didn't you tell people more? Why didn't you say his mother was a prostitute who lived on the street, who drank and did drugs?
Oh, okay,
right?
so you, basically you want to ask this witness, based on his experience, why parents don't disclose the substance exposure earlier?
Right.
And how would it affect the diagnosis and the treatment if they did disclose this earlier?
Right, because I think people are they're stigmatized before the diagnosis, and then they're afraid of the stigma of the diagnosis.
Okay, so
it's a different and additional one.
Okay, so state, based on what I just described, do you have an objection to the doctor testifying to those facts?
If he's just gonna say, in my experience, I've seen, people who have been stigmatized, that's fine.
Okay.
But he goes on and on, and then he gets into tangents himself and goes on and on. I mean,
He's very excited about his profession. So, and that comes across, and that's not a bad thing, but you need to be precise with your questions, okay?
I understand. I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize. It's just, it's part of being a lawyer.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes you have witnesses that get off the tracks a little bit, and that's okay. I'm sure you can handle it, okay? All right. We're in recess. Thank you. come back and sit down and, Charlene, are all of the jurors present? I told them to be on time. I'm gonna start making them come early.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, thank you.
We're just waiting for the jurors to be lined up,
Okay?
and then we're going to finish your testimony. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank
Have a
you.
seat.
You're lining them up.
We're lining them up now.
You can help yourself to it.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
And this doesn't move.
Green says it's on.
It's on, so it doesn't move.
Okay,
Okay.
yes.
All jurors are present and accounted for?
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Mr. Secor, whenever you're ready, you may continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I'm trying to remember exactly where we were when we broke for lunch. I believe that you had described in your experience the effect, the stigma related to behavior of kids that have not been diagnosed yet, and how that affects their parents in terms of how the parents are perceived and their parenting skills. And I believe that when we broke that you were in the process of describing that there is also a stigma related to actually having a diagnosis. And I was wondering if you could just briefly tell me in your experience how you see that stigma affect kids that are prenatally exposed to alcohol and their families.
Great. So I think that the child themselves are stigmatized less and feel less stigmatized than do the parents. I think that the primary problem in terms of stigma is for the parents, but there's absolutely no question that the same is true as far as kids are concerned. And I think that one thing that is really a huge issue is how kids feel because the adoptive child is stigmatized by the adopted mother and father. And I think that that's a horrible situation for a child to be under. So as I said, stigma is a huge problem. It's a problem for the parents. It's a problem for the child. And unfortunately, we in the medical profession are very much involved in stigmatizing them.
Okay.
As is the public.
Yes, sir. And in terms of that stigma, does that, in your opinion, does that affect the extent to which a parent may be willing to divulge what they know about whether or not their kid or their adopted kid was exposed to alcohol in utero?
Wow. I think very definitely that is the case. And I think that that is the case because the parent is concerned that if people know that their child, particularly a doctor knows that their child was exposed to alcohol, it frequently leads the doctor to not get that child into proper intervention kinds of problems because they feel that the child has this disorder and they can't function well and they're not going to be able to really do anything that they're advised to do and that they're not going to benefit from it.
Okay. In your opinion, based on your decades of experience, what does a child who's been prenatally exposed to alcohol, what do they need?
Well, I think first of all, they need a diagnosis. And they need a diagnosis because if they don't get diagnosed, they're going to end up not getting the proper intervention programs, not getting the support that they need, because the fetal alcohol syndrome is associated with a very specific neurobehavioral profile. That is to say, they behave very much like each other in terms of their neurobehavioral problems. And as such, they need specific intervention programs. And so often, they're not diagnosed, and therefore they are treated with prevention programs that are great prevention programs. And I think that for sure that was the case with Nick, that he got through the school system, through the Henderson Behavioral Health Clinic, and through all kinds of different, the school system. He, I believe, got fantastic services. But unfortunately, the services were really not benefiting him because the diagnosis had not been made, and therefore the therapeutic programs that were outlined for him were not getting to him and not helping him. So he desperately needs a diagnosis, and that's the most important thing first.
In your experience with families who have a kid who's been prenatally exposed, have you ever seen, in your experience, that the diagnosis actually brings relief to the family?
Absolutely. I think it almost always brings relief to the family. And the reason is that families of children with the kinds of problems that these kids have, those families they're being told by physicians and by neuropsychologists and by teachers, they're being told that, that they have these problems, but they're never told what the cause of these problems are. And the parents know that the child does not have autism. They know that the diagnosis of hyperactivity is really not sufficient. They know that there are all kinds of other things going on and nobody can put their finger on it. And so when we sit down with a family and say your child has been affected by alcohol, it's a great relief for them. And it's a great relief for a number of reasons. I'll just mention two. One is that it gives them hope. Because for years they've been banging their head against the wall in terms of this disorder, and suddenly they know what the cause is, and therefore they're told that there are possible interventions for the child and so forth. So hope is great. And then the other issue is that parents of children with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder are blamed. The child has a normal IQ. So the teachers say, Mrs. So-and-so, your son has a normal IQ, and yet he can't learn. It can't be that what he's doing is that it's not that he doesn't understand. He understands. He knows he's got a normal IQ. But the fact of the matter is that he's not performing, and he's not performing because he doesn't want to perform. And so what you need to do is you need to sit down with your son, and you need to lay it out to him, and you need to tell him, look, you're not dumb, you're smart. And to be able to realize that it's not their fault is an incredible relief to parents.
Can you tell us what the medical field means by the concept of a medical home?
Right. So a medical home is not just something that is used to refer to the fetal alcohol syndrome. It's a medical home that and it's something that's used primarily in pediatrics. It's a home for a child and a diagnosis. So with that diagnosis, the pediatrician and the social workers and the clinic and all kinds of different people who are taking care of that child can focus their attention on that child within the context of that diagnosis. So basically, the other word for this, which is very relevant for the fetal alcohol syndrome, is a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder informed clinic, or fetal alcohol syndrome informed physician or clinic, so that everybody is working under the same context that this child has been affected by alcohol, and therefore we have to help the family as it relates to their child with the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
And in the context of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, that concept of a medical home, is that something that can be successful in a temporary sense, or does it need to be long-term?
It needs to be long-term. And if this concept of a medical home or a FASD-informed clinic just lasts for 3 months, even 3 years, and then everybody says, well, he's doing so much better, so we're going to not be focused so much on this FASD-informed program. and he doesn't have those supports and doesn't have that medical home, then a child with a fetal alcohol syndrome is going to go right back to what he or she was before, because they don't have that home. And you can almost think of this as an external brain, because these kids need an external brain. They need somebody else, like a doctor or a social worker, and that FASD-informed home in the physician's office needs to be transported to the child's home, so that everybody in the home is also working in the same way for this FASD informed program, in the same way in the family, at home, and in the doctor's office.
In your experience, is medication in and of itself sufficient to treat a person with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
Will prenatal exposure to medication cause a fetal?
No, I'm sorry. Is treatment with medication sufficient to treat a person that has a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder? Just
No.
medication alone?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
As a physician, do you think that if a child is prescribed a medication, that the parent should take the child off the medication or restart it without consultation with the doctor?
Absolutely not.
You've touched on these things a little bit, but I wanted to make sure that I asked you about the specific interventions that you have identified as being crucial to treatment of a person with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
Right. So I think that there are now interventions that have been developed that are specifically related to helping children who have the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder or the fetal alcohol syndrome or ARND. There is a program, for example, and would you like me to mention some or not?
Yeah, whichever ones that you think are doing what needs to be done and
Okay.
why.
Okay. So the MILE program, M-I-L-E, was developed at Emory University. It's a spectacular program. It's been primarily used in Canada, but it's a validated program that is focused on math, but it certainly is not just teaching them math. At Emory, they're working on another program now called Go Far, which is also a fantastic program, but has not yet been validated. And then probably the program that has been, I'm not going to say most successful, but has been used the most here in the United States and also in Canada, is the Families Moving Forward program, which is really, I think, a fantastic program that also has been validated. And that is a program in which coaches, if you will, have been trained in this program, and those coaches take the program to individual families. In other words, this is not a program in which they put a bunch of people in an auditorium and then give them ideas about how to deal with their children. It's basically one-on-one, that the person who's the specialist works with a family, and the work is primarily towards the family, the mother and father, not to the child, because the idea is to teach the mother and father, who is then going to manage the child. And so they meet with a family for 90 minutes every other week. They meet for 7 to 11 months out of the year, and it's very successful. They base their program with the concept that this child is brain damaged, and this brain damage is secondary to prenatal alcohol exposure. And they develop ways and they work on ways to help parents understand what's going on with their child and then be able to manage their child so that the child can be helped in terms of learning and behavior. And I'll just give you an example. They have a reframing concept. And the reframing concept is based on the concept that you take an issue like to a child and a family. You take an issue like the fact that prenatal exposure to alcohol has caused you to have a number of problems, and we're going to try to deal with that. As opposed to that, they take the concept that, you know, there are thousands of children here in the state of Florida who have this disorder, and they're just like you. And so what you've got to do is think about what you have as being and how you're behaving as normal for a child with a fetal alcohol syndrome. And now we've got to give you ways to cope with these problems. And so, for example, we talked a minute ago about an external brain. Well, in school, when the child is at home, the external brain is usually the mother. When the child gets to school, they have to have an external brain as well. So you set up a way where the parents provide a list of things to the child that the child then takes to school so that he now has that external brain that he knows what to do and how to cope with situations.
And this program, Families Moving Forward, is that a program that you tried to utilize in your own practice?
I do. We don't have the money at this point to be able to develop such a program in San Diego. So I have a therapist, not my own therapist, but a therapist who works with the kids that I see, who is an expert in dealing with kids with alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder. And she uses many of the techniques that I just mentioned to you that is used in Families Moving Forward. And she's fantastic. And she sees every child that I see, be it a new patient, a follow-up patient, whatever, she sees that child with me because of the concept here that this is a brain-based disorder, and we need somebody to help these kids as far as their brain is concerned. And so she spends huge amounts of time with these families, and I'll tell you, it's just amazing to see a family who is an adoptive family who just found out that their child has been affected by alcohol, and this woman's name is Andy, and she stands there with them and tells them these family moving forward concepts and some other concepts that she has learned over the years. And you see the mother sitting there and she's going like this, and she can't believe it, what she's hearing. And it's fantastic.
During the course of your work on this case, have you been able to identify whether or not any intervention programs specific to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder existed in Florida during Nick's life?
Yes, they did.
And was one of those Families Moving Forward?
It was the Families Moving Forward program, yes, in Sarasota.
Are there any other specific intervention programs for kids with FASD that you've been able to identify that existed during Nick's life?
In Florida?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. Anything through the Department of Education?
Yeah, I think that the Department of Education here in Florida has done a great job. I'm very, very impressed with what's happened here in Florida as far as fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is concerned. And in 2005, the Board of Education here in Florida established a resource guide for teachers to help teachers learn how to work with and help kids in their class with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And I'll tell you, I'm not sure I know of many more states in this country that are doing things like that. It's very impressive, very progressive.
Based on everything that you've reviewed pertaining to this case, are you aware of whether or not any of those FASD-specific interventions were utilized in Nick's life?
I have not seen any, no.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm sorry, sir. I just needed to make sure that I didn't forget to ask you anything. I'll be done here in just a few minutes. I think you answered this when you were describing the concept of the families moving forward and the interventions that you think are necessary. But I wanted to ask you this: for kids with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, is a highly structured environment important to them?
Very much so. Very, very much so.
And can you just briefly explain to us why that is from the medical perspective?
Well, it fits in with this this external brain concept. It fits in with the fact that children with this disorder are, as I've mentioned, incredibly hyperactive. They have very poor attention spans. They exist in a world that's moving very fast. Like everybody in this room is living in a world that's very fast, but they cannot handle it. And they've got all these stimuli coming in, and it just makes life very, very, very difficult. And so to be able to have a child who has this disorder, who is in a cocoon almost to a certain extent, who has people who are constantly helping him move forward in a successful way, it's incredibly helpful to them. Now, I am not necessarily an advocate for homeschooling in general, but I think I've come to realize that homeschooling is absolutely fantastic for these kids with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder for the same reasons that you're bringing up, because and it's usually the mother that does this, and she can work with her child for 2 hours in the morning and suddenly see that the child's losing it, and she can say, okay, we're going to stop, and we're going to relax here, and we're going to focus on things, and we're going to get into a quiet place and calm you down, and then 2 hours later, she can come back to work with them, and they've sort of recalibrated themselves. And it's really been, in my experience, it's incredible to see what homeschooling can do for these kids.
Based on the importance of the concept of an external brain for treating kids with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and this, might sound like a stupid question, I apologize if it is, but for a child that has fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, the consequences of losing both parents, is that something that, from your perspective as an expert in this field, is that something that would be a serious problem?
I think it would be devastating. And for just the reason I think that you bring up, particularly I think for a child like Nick, whose adoptive mother was so important to him, who he depended on so much for everything in his life, from getting him to work in the morning, to help him with friends and trying to help him understand what friendship was and be able to help him with people who he doesn't think trust him. So for somebody to have a mom that's like that, who loses her, I think would be devastating.
In the event that I didn't, if I didn't, I apologize. I just want to give you the opportunity to just tell the jury very simply what your opinion is in this case, or your diagnosis is in this case.
My diagnosis is alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, and I base that on my own physical examination that showed that he does not have fetal alcohol syndrome or partial fetal alcohol syndrome, and Dr. Connor's neurobehavioral evaluations, and the time that I have taken to go through his files and the charts and to see a little bit more about what he's about.
I can't remember. Do you remember exactly when you started working on this case, approximately?
Well, working hard on this case was when I came to Fort Lauderdale in early August 2021 to examine Nick.
Okay. Do you have any sense since that time of the number of hours that you've put into working on this case?
I really don't.
Okay. And what is your hourly rate for working on this case?
I don't charge for this.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Siegler, are you finished?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
That's okay. State whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right. Okay, good. So you met with the defendant in this case on August 3rd, 2021, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And you met with him in the jail for about an hour and a half, is that correct?
I would say about that.
Okay.
Maybe a little long, but I don't think so.
Okay. You think it was longer than an hour?
No, I don't think it was longer than that.
Okay. How much, and you were there to take measurements, correct? You do a physical examination, take measurements?
That, as well as do all the things that I've mentioned on the physical exam.
I'm sorry?
Do the things that in addition to take measurements, I did a physical exam.
No, make observations, yes, I'm sorry. To do an evaluation, include obviously more than just taking measurements.
Right.
Of course, okay. So, did you, before you came on August 3rd, Doctor, 2021, did you review anything?
I try to review as little as I can before I see a child in this situation or a person in this situation. But I did know for sure that he had been prenatally exposed to alcohol, or I was told that he was prenatally exposed to alcohol. So I knew that, and I don't think I reviewed anything prior to coming to Broward County to see him.
Okay. So tell us exactly what you did as far as your physical evaluation of the defendant.
Right. So I started examining him by measuring his head.
Okay, and I think you said on direct that was normal, correct?
It was within the normal range, yes, average head circumference.
Right, and you compared that to his birth, and when he was born, his head was normal, correct?
It was normal at birth, yes.
So, okay, all right, and the next measurement you took?
The next measurement that I took is that I stood him up against the wall and measured him with a measuring tape.
Okay.
And his height was 5 feet 5 inches, which is short.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Did you ever see his identification card where it indicated he was 5'7"?
I didn't.
Okay, okay. And you asked him how much he weighed?
I did.
Did you, was it necessary for you to check the jail records as to how much he weighed or fluctuated during
I didn't do
his
that.
time? Because he had been in jail for quite a while before you met with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't ask for any jail records or none?
I did
provided
not.
to you? Okay. All right, so the next thing I think, what's in it? You looked at his eyes. There's a couple measurements in the eyes, correct?
I did.
There's the space between your
Inner corner and outer corner.
What's that called?
That's called the palpebral fissure.
Okay, and isn't there another measurement, the inner canthal?
Correct. The intercanthal distance is the distance, and I hadn't measured that before because it's really not part of the actual diagnosis. It's not one of the diagnostic criteria for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
But you did that
But
measurement?
I did. I measured from the inner canthus, or the inner corner of one eye to the inner corner of the other eye.
Okay, so why did you do that?
It's because there are a number of minor anomalies that are seen more frequently in children with the fetal alcohol syndrome, who are not part of the diagnostic criteria for making the diagnosis.
So that was of no significance?
And that was in that group.
Okay, then you talked about the palpebral fissures, right?
I did.
Okay, that's the first cardinal indication of fetal alcohol syndrome, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you took that measurement,
I did, yes.
and that was normal?
That was normal.
Okay, and then what did you do?
Then then I did the intercanthal distance. Then I measured from the base of the nasal septum to the red part of the upper lip, which is called the vermilion border of the upper lip.
Right, the philtrum, right?
The philtrum.
Right, okay. And with both of those measurements, Dr. Jones, you used an actual ruler?
I did.
So you could tell the actual measurement,
I
correct?
did, yes.
Okay, so the vermilion, the top of the lip, that's kind of a subjective measurement. That's the third cardinal one, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, okay. We talked about the two of the cardinal indications. Go ahead.
Yeah, but but the important thing about the philtrum has nothing to do with the length of the philtrum.
The ridges.
It's the ridges on the
Yeah.
philtrum. I'm sorry, I didn't think you had mentioned that. I'm sorry.
No, maybe I didn't, but I heard you do it before. I just didn't.
Sorry, yeah.
If you want to explain it again, that's fine.
No.
You
I think
okay with that?
I
Okay. All
hope
right.
the jury
So
understands that.
those first two were fine and
Yes.
normal, right?
Yep.
And then I wanted the vermilion, as you also explained before and quite well, that that's a subjective measurement, isn't
Well,
it?
it's a little subjective it's a little subjective, but it's something that you basically hold a little card up to the side of the individual's face that has 5 pictures on it, and the top picture is a picture of a child with a very smooth upper lip that lacks that Cupid's bow configuration. And then the next picture down is a picture of a child with a vermilion border that's a little bit more normal, but still abnormal. And then the third picture is a picture of a child with a vermilion border, again, I'm talking about this upper lip, that is completely normal. And then the then the fourth and fifth pictures are pictures of a vermilion border that are much more obvious than the normal. And so a picture in the top 2 squares, if the individual's vermilion border looks like one of those, that is indicative of fetal alcohol syndrome. And if it looks like the third, fourth, or fifth, it's indicated that it's not the fetal alcohol syndrome.
Okay, so you were looking at those diagrams,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And you thought he had a smooth per million,
It,
right?
somewhat more, not number 5, the top one,
Right, okay.
but number 4, yes.
Okay. So, having examined the defendant and looking at the 3 cardinal indications.
Yes.
You didn't come up with 2, right? Just 1.
Just one.
So, and I think you told the jury when Mr. Sikora was speaking to you, you eliminated fetal alcohol syndrome, correct?
Correct?
And you eliminated partial fetal alcohol syndrome, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So then I think you had mentioned mid-face hypoplasia, correct?
I did.
Okay. And isn't it true that 90% of the people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder or along the, as you call it, the umbrella, do not have mid-face hypoplasia?
I quite frankly don't know about 90%, but certainly it's not the majority of kids.
Okay. Have you ever said that only 10% of the people that are on the spectrum have mid-face hypoplasia?
You know, I quite frankly don't think I've ever said that, but I may have said that. I've written a paper on this.
Okay.
And I've not reviewed it recently, but it may very well be
Okay.
10%.
Okay, because let me show you. Remember giving a deposition?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, on March 29th. So let me show you page 35, counsel.
Here, doctor, you can read the whole page, take your time, and tell me if you didn't. You can take it apart if it's.
No, I'm good.
If it's inconvenient for you.
Okay, it definitely says 10%. And I think you asked me to take a guess. 10%, 2%, and I said 10%. So, you know, I think it's a guess, and I think there's probably a number that is behind that guess.
Okay.
But it is definitely not one of the cardinal features of fetal alcohol.
No, I know.
Right.
No, you have told me that.
Yeah,
But, so you were guessing when you told me it was 10%?
right.
Okay. All right, so what else you made some, other than measurements, you made some observations, right?
Yes, yeah.
What other observations did you make? Like railroad track configuration of the ears?
Yes,
Why'd you do that?
because it, like the intercanthal distance, is what we call a minor malformation that is seen more frequently in children who have the fetal alcohol syndrome.
Okay. And your observation was?
Does not.
It does not. Okay. And you're going to have to help me with this word. It's misaligned eyes. Strabismus? Did I pronounce that?
Strabismus,
Okay. So you made that observation.
that he does not have that.
Okay. And eye droop, it's called what?
Ptosis?
Yeah. And no, right?
No.
Okay. Then the skin fold under the upper eyelid covering the inner corner. What's that
Epicanthal
called?
folds?
Okay. No?
No.
Okay. And you were doing that, why? Why were you looking at all those things you found no in your observation?
Right, because as I think I've said, kids with, or anybody, I don't mean to specify kids, anybody, who has the fetal alcohol syndrome does have an increase in a number of minor malformations. And you've listed 5 of them, I think, here. And
No, I'm just mentioning the ones that you.
No, I understand that. And I think I've been through all of them in the note that I wrote about this.
No, you were very thorough.
Yes.
And I'm just,
Yeah.
the jury doesn't know what you did, so
That's fine.
you convinced me. Okay, so the anteverted nares, did I pronounce
Yes.
that correctly?
You did, that's the nose is tilted up
Eh,
like this.
Right. right? And the defendant, it was a no? He didn't
That's a
have that
no,
either.
yes.
Okay, and you did that for the same reason, correct?
Yes, same reason.
Okay, and then curved hooked fingers, what's that called?
Clinodactyly.
Okay, and you
No.
made that a no?
No.
Okay, and then the fingers cannot be straightened, what's that called?
Camptodactyly.
And that was no?
That's
right?
no, right?
Okay, and then the tightening in joints,
That's a no.
that's a no? It's no, it's a yes for me,
Yeah.
but that was a no for him, okay. How about contractures in other joints, the tightening?
That's a no.
No. Hockey stick upper palmar crease in the hand,
That's a no.
okay. Another thing that you.
Another
looking
thing,
for?
yes.
Okay, and then other altered palmar creases,
That's a no.
that's a no, okay. So, your examination, your physical evaluation when you were there for an hour and a half on August 3rd, 2021, it was normal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, just the physical examination, your physical examination and evaluation, you wouldn't be able to diagnose fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, correct?
From that exam.
Just from the exam?
Absolutely
I know,
not.
okay.
You're absolutely right.
Right, okay. And you relied on Dr. Connor's testing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned your review and people told you about the mother drinking, correct?
Correct.
So they were the things that you were basing your opinion on, correct? And the records that you looked at.
Exactly. That all I could say was that he did not have fetal alcohol syndrome, nor did he have partial
Okay,
fetal.
I got you.
Okay.
Okay, so when when you looked at Dr. Connors, did he show you something? Did you look at something? Did you look at the raw material, or were you just taking what he said?
Just what he said.
So you never looked at the raw data?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that one of the things you see with all the kids that you deal with on Fridays at your clinic, a lot of them have, attention deficits. They can't. That's one of the hallmarks on it, correct?
I wouldn't say it's one of the hallmarks, but it's something that I frequently see.
Okay. Did Dr. Connor tell you that all the tests he gave in the attention domain were all average?
He did.
Okay. Okay. So the other thing that you mentioned that you feel that somebody with fetal alcohol spectrum, or NDPA, let's call it that, okay?
Okay.
Or any way you want to call it.
Any way you want to
your
call it.
diagnosis.
Any way you want to do it.
Okay, that's fine. So they profit from a high-structured environment, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that the defendant attacked a guard in the jail in a high-structured environment?
I didn't know that it was, well, obviously it was a high-structured environment if it was in jail. But I did know that.
Okay. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit, Dr. Jones, if I could, about the defendant's birth records. Dr. Marcus's records, you
Yes.
reviewed those, correct?
I did.
Okay, good. So what I wanted to ask you is the AFGAR, APGAR, right? AFGAR
Yes.
scores were 8 and 9. Isn't that considered normal?
It is considered normal.
Okay. So, and the fact that the defendant at birth spontaneously started to breathe, right?
That's normal.
And that happened, correct?
I think I don't remember seeing that, but I can't imagine that he didn't.
Okay. Would you like to see it?
I definitely, I don't need to see it on
Okay,
the
all right,
record.
okay. All right, so, Dr. Jones, using a bulb suction is entirely normal, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that 15 to 20% of term babies have amniotic stained fluid?
I don't think it's that high, but I could be wrong. I've not looked up that particular statistic.
Okay.
But as a pediatrician, I have always been taught that meconium in the amniotic fluid can frequently be a sign of fetal distress.
Okay. You mentioned on direct that the defendant, as a baby, had to be resuscitated?
Yes,
How?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure.
Was it with the bulb suction?
I don't know that.
Here, let me.
I thought to say that he was resuscitated meant to me that he was more than bulbs, that he had
Okay.
more than bulb suction.
All right, Dr. Jones, let me approach you. It's 186 in the records, Dr. Marcus's records. Here, doctor, it's tell me if you can read that.
Here
Want me to show you where it says resuscitation of the bulb suction?
I can't, I don't see where.
It took me a while too. So, do you want me to show you?
Sure.
That'll help. See, resuscitation,
I do,
and see where it says bulb suction?
I do.
Okay. Isn't that normal?
I think that that's generally speaking normal.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Doc. And the defendant, after he was born, he went straight to the newborn nursery, not to, to any kind of neonatal intensive care, right? Went right to the nursery, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the physician's report on a child, I don't know how it is in California, Doc, but HRS requires this form. You have to check every box, for normalcy, for instance, eyes, ears, mouth. Yeah, I'm sure you're more familiar with this than I am. Heart, lungs, abdomen, extremities, neurological, correct?
Correct.
And in Dr. Marcus's, they're all checked, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned 1.5 standard deviations for, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that the American Pediatric Association uses 1.5 standard deviations, right?
For what?
For measuring, the tests. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't, I'm sorry.
You had mentioned IQ was how many
Oh, 1.5, I'm sorry, equal to or greater than 1.5 standard deviations below the mean.
Right.
Yes.
For testing, right?
For IQ testing.
And how about the other tests?
And for, yes,
It's 1.5, right?
correct.
Okay.
But
all
that,
right.
but that is not, I'm sorry, if I could just clear something up here. That is for a diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome.
Okay.
Or for alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder.
Okay.
It's not necessarily something in pediatrics.
Okay.
We're talking here about this particular disorder.
Okay, so 1.5.
1.5.
Okay, okay. What do you use normally if it's not fetal alcohol?
For example, in the CDC evaluation, it's 1%. It's 2%.
Okay,
As opposed to 1.5.
okay.
Or a standard deviation of 1.5, that would be a standard deviation of 2.
Two standards,
Yes.
right? Okay, that's fine. And I think it has been your opinion, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Jones, that when the defendant murdered 14 children, the athletic director, coach, and the teacher, that he flew off the handle. Is that the way you described it?
That makes it makes it sound a little trite to me, and I'm sorry that if I said it that way. But I think that he lost control of himself. Actually, I think that he had lost control from himself a while before that exact event occurred as well. I think without any question, he lost control of himself.
Okay, and you mentioned, used the term flew off the handle, right?
I may have done that, and I'm, as I sit here, I'm sorry I used that term because it sounds a little trite
All
to
right,
me.
you
I
used that
certainly
term,
did.
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
No, I just don't want to be perceived as thinking of this as being a trite event. I think
No,
quite to the contrary.
Doctor, I don't think anyone thinks you think it's a trite offense at all.
Okay,
No,
good.
but I think you used in your opinion in describing it, he flew off the handle. And by no means did anybody, or did I ever take that meaning
Okay,
that you
thank you.
felt that the offense, or what I would feel that you would think any offense was trite. So please, that's not why.
Thank you.
I just looking, he flew off the handle, lost control, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at, okay. And isn't it your opinion that a person with NDPAE cannot plan, cannot organize their thoughts as to what they're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And yeah, I think you had said, or tell me if I'm wrong, or if you disagree with this, it's one of the hallmarks of the disorder of NDPAE or ARND that a person cannot plan.
I think planning an organization is an issue. It's part of a diagnosis of problems with executive functioning. And for sure, problems with executive functioning are something that we see in children who have NDPAE or ARND. I mean, that group of disorders.
Okay, so you agree with that statement?
I definitely agree with
it. Okay. In fact, that's a statement you made, isn't it? Okay. All right. So I'm going to go over some things with you, Doctor.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, well, not obviously. Are you familiar with the Columbine High School massacre?
I'm familiar with it, but
Right.
I really don't know anything about it.
Are you aware that on August, and the dates are important, so I want to stress it, August the 30th, 2017, that the defendant conducted a search for Columbine High School massacre. Are you aware of that?
Was I aware? No, I was not aware.
Okay. And are you aware on August 24th, 2017, that the defendant conducted an internet search for white supremacist car attack in Charlottesville, Virginia?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware on June 15th, 2017, that the defendant conducted an internet search for a massacre at McDonald's restaurant in San Diego where 21 people were murdered?
I was not aware of
that. Okay. And are you aware that the defendant on August 30th, 2017 conducted an internet search for a Montreal, Canada massacre, and I'm not, my French is bad, but École Polytechnique in Canada where 14 women were murdered?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that the defendant on August 30th, 2017 conducted an internet search for a mass murder that occurred at Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia, where 32 people were murdered?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that on October 3rd, 2017, the defendant conducted an internet search for a 2017 mass shooting in Las Vegas? Remember where 60 people were murdered by someone firing out of the hotel, right, into the concert, right?
Yes.
You weren't aware that he did that?
I'm aware that he did that, but I'm not aware that Nick...
Okay, great. Okay. Are you aware that the defendant on October 10, 2017 conducted an internet search for another mass shooting that occurred in Aurora, Colorado movie theater where 12 people were murdered?
Not aware.
Are you aware, or were you aware, that on February the 10th, 2018, before I go into this, all those mass murders that I, spoke to you about, Dr. Jones, that the defendant, did the internet search, did you notice that all those dates were before his mother passed away on November 1st, 2017?
I wasn't aware of it, no,
Okay.
but I am aware of it now.
Okay. And on February 10th, 2018, and this is after his mother died, the defendant conducted an internet search for Marshall County High School in Benton, Kentucky, where students were murdered. You were aware of that? No? How about on February 10, 2018, a mass murder that occurred at Red Lake High School in Red Lake, Minnesota, where 17 people were murdered?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And how about on February 13th, 2018, the defendant conducted an internet search for Jokela High School in Jokela, Finland, where 8 people were murdered?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. Okay, so when you talk about planning, somebody wants to do a mass murder, it's not unreasonable for them to do some research as to other mass murders were done, correct?
I quite frankly don't know the
Okay.
answer to that question.
And that's a fair answer. Okay. Are you aware that the defendant on December 11th, 2017, conducted an internet search for shooting girls? No? Are you aware that the defendant on that same date, December 11th, 2017, conducted an internet search for shooting women? No?
No.
Are you aware that the defendant conducted an internet search looking for a guitar case or a rifle case so he can conceal his AR-15 and transport it to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
No.
Not aware. Okay. Are you aware that the defendant conducted an internet search to answer this question? How long does it take for a cop to show up to a school shooting? Were you aware of that?
No.
Do you know who Elliot Rodger is?
No.
No? Okay. And the defendant was searching for Eric and Dylan in his searches. Do you know who Eric and Dylan are?
I don't.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Do you know what type of weapon that the defendant used in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas mass murder?
I think it was an automatic rifle. I'm not sure.
Okay, it was an AR-15. That's okay. Do you know why he chose that weapon?
I don't.
Are you aware that he did an internet search for AR-15 as being the mass murder of choice for mass murders?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know why he would make additions to his AR-15 rifle after he purchased it?
I don't.
Do you know what a bipod would do for him?
I don't know what a bipod is.
Do you know what a vertical foregrip would do for him?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know the date that he purchased the AR-15?
I don't.
Okay. Are you aware that the defendant, when he went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, was wearing a JROTC Marjorie Stoneman Douglas polo shirt?
I did not.
You have any idea why he would be wearing that?
I do not.
Okay. Did you know that the defendant attended Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
Did I know what? I'm sorry.
That the defendant attended?
I did.
Okay. Did you know that were you aware that he had classes in the 1200 building where the murders occurred?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know how much ammunition the defendant brought to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I do not.
Do you know how he transported
I don't.
the ammunition? Do you know how many shots he fired in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I don't.
Okay. And I would imagine you don't know how many AR-15 firearm magazines he had with him.
I don't.
And you don't know how he transported that.
I do not.
Okay. Do you know any conversations he had with the Uber driver about he was late for music class?
I do not.
Do you have any idea why he said that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know why the defendant brought tracer rounds?
I do not.
Do you know what a tracer round is?
No.
Okay. Do you know why he took off his tactical vest and laid it on the 3rd floor landing after he was finished shooting?
I do not.
Do you know why he laid his rifle down next to his tactical vest after the shooting?
I don't.
Do you know what he did after he was finished shooting?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know why he picked Valentine's Day?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant about the murders when you went to see him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you watch the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas school surveillance video of the defendant committing these murders?
I did not.
Did you read any police reports?
I did not.
Did you review any autopsy reports?
I did not.
Did you look at any autopsy photographs?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware that the defendant, made some YouTube comments on July 4th, 2017? That's obviously months before his mother passed away, correct?
Correct.
I love to see families suffer. Did you know he did that?
I didn't.
Are you familiar that the defendant on July 26, 2017 said, YouTube comment, "No mercy, no questions, always double tap"?
I did not.
Do you know what double tap means?
I do not.
Okay. Are you aware that the defendant made a YouTube comment on September 24, 2017? "I'm going to be a professional school shooter"? Did you know that?
I did not.
So that was September 24, 2017. That was months before his mother passed away, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant, that he made a YouTube comment, "I have no problem shooting a girl in the chest"?
I did not.
Did you know if he shot any girls in the chest on February the 14th, 2018?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know the defendant made another YouTube comment, "I want to kill a shit ton of people and murder children"? Do you know he said that?
I did not.
Did you know the defendant made a YouTube comment on January 24, 2018, "I want to kill cops and people"?
I did not.
Okay. And I would imagine you didn't, and you correct me if I'm wrong, watch 3 cell phone videos of the defendant discussing what his plans were?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Jones, pleasure talking to you again. Thank you, Ryan. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess just so I can give everybody a break. I know we have a special juror with us, and I don't point you out, but I worry about you. So go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case, and please leave your notepads behind. Okay, we're in recess for 10 minutes. It's 3:16 according to this dated clock here. So 3:20 in 10 minutes. seated. Mr. Secor, do you have any additional questions for your witness? Whenever you're ready.
Dr. Jones, I just want to talk to you really briefly about a couple of things that we discussed with Mr. Sachs. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I got all my notes in order. May I consult the state briefly?
Sure.
May I approach Dr.
You may.
Dr. Jones, I just wanted to ask you to look at these records from Nick's birth, and I think this is the one that Mr. Sachs showed you. Is that right?
It is.
Okay, and that was the one that indicated that there was resuscitation by, I think it was, is it bulb? Is that right?
Yep.
And then this is page, just for the record, this is page 186, and then page 187. If you could just tell us what that indicates.
Under resuscitation, oxygen by mask and bag and mask.
Okay. So based on those two records together, does that indicate to you that the resuscitation necessitated a bulb as well as a mask?
Correct.
Okay.
I definitely feel that way.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
And I think you said earlier that it's very difficult to know if that had any impact on Nick, is that right?
I did, yes.
And just to I want to clear this up. When Mr. Sachs was asking you about the issue of mid-face hypoplasia, which is something that you found is associated with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, but not a hallmark, is that right?
Correct.
And he was referring to the deposition that you gave about the percentages of people that have that.
Right.
I just want to make sure when you were reading the transcript that in the transcript it was clear that you were guessing at that number. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Sachs discussed with you the issue of attention deficit and the fact that Dr. Connor's testing didn't indicate a deficit regarding attention. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. In your work with children that have been prenatally exposed to alcohol, is them being diagnosed as having attention deficit disorder, is that typical in your experience?
I don't know that. I don't have experience with that. I can tell you, however, that in my experience of seeing children with the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, attention deficit is one of the more common things that I see.
Okay. And regarding your assessment of the facial features when you actually evaluated Nick in the jail, Mr. Sachs brought up the fact that assessing the vermilion border,
Yes,
the lip,
yes,
that it is, to a certain degree, it is subjective because it's you doing the assessment by looking at Nick's face compared to these photographs. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And I think I asked you this before, I couldn't remember the answer. Can you ballpark the number of those assessments that you have done in your career?
Well, I've done over 1,000 for sure, just as a, I mean, I think probably I've done more than 2,000, but
Okay.
definitely over 1,000.
Okay. So it's subjective, but it's based on your experience, is that right?
Correct, correct.
Based on your evaluation of Nick and your assessment or review of the records and your incorporation of Dr. Connor's neuropsychological testing, is there anything about Nicholas that to you is inconsistent with your diagnosis of alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder or NDPAE?
There's nothing.
When you were speaking with Mr. Satz, there was the issue of whether or not a person, a child or a teenager with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is capable of doing certain things. And my understanding from your testimony is that the hallmarks of this disorder are deficits. Am I correct about that terminology?
You're correct.
Okay. So is there a difference from your perspective as a physician, a difference between somebody who has deficits in something versus a person who cannot do something at all?
No, I guess there's a question of degree. I mean, if somebody cannot do something at all, it's not necessarily, a deficit could be not doing something at all, but a deficit could be a deficit. I mean, basically, on the range, but not to the extent that he couldn't do it at all.
Right, I understand. Because a deficit could mean that you can do something, but you do it very poorly. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
absolutely.
Based on your experience with people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, do you think that the disorder in and of itself causes people to commit murder?
Yes.
And is that based on your experience with people that you have evaluated?
Yes.
Okay. And have you evaluated people for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder who have committed murder in your time in this field?
Yes.
And have you found that a high number of those people have a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
Yes.
Mr. Satz asked you about your knowledge of various events in I guess the time period that he covered was approximately a year or so leading up to February 14th, 2018. And he asked you whether or not you were aware that Nick posted on YouTube, quote, "I'm going to be a school shooter," right?
Right.
Did you know that that posting by Nicholas was reported to the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Sustained. The jury will disregard that.
May we have a sidebar, please?
Sure.
thank you for your time. Appreciate it very much. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, doctor. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, Dr. Jones is our last witness of the day.
Okay, looks like we're ending early. Please do not discuss the case. Please remember what I tell you every day. Leave your notepads behind. Have a nice early afternoon. Drive safe. See you tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, 9:30, okay? Thank you. We're in recess. The jurors have been excused. If you all can be back tomorrow at 9:15 in case there's any issues that arise. Meaning legal issues that we need to discuss before the jurors get here, is what I meant. Sure. You have